Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are delighted to welcome you to the Second International Conference on Art for Technology, Science and Humanities, Artesh 2020. Organized by Visual Art Study, Faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology. This year, Artesh brings the topic of transdiscipline approach, challenge of art in practice and education in virtual space discourse, reflection, interaction, and projection. This conference provides a great opportunity for art educators, artists, designers, curators, researchers, scientists, students, and professionals to collaborate, discuss, and share their useful experimental ideas and experiences in the scope of art education in the third decade of the 21st century. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce and welcome all distinguished guests. The chair of the committee, Artesh 2020, Dr. Nuning Damayanti. The head of Visual Art Study Program, Faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, Dr. Dikdik Sayahdikumullah. Dean of Faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, Dr. Rikrik, Adriyanto Rikrik Kusmara. Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology, Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah. General Director of Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Hilmar Farid, Ph.D. Our honorable speakers, Dr. Kathryn Coleman, Dr. Steve Adisa Smith, Dr. Ono Widodo Purbo, Professor Gunnar Spellmeyer, Mr. Aaron Sido, Ph.D., Dr. Sparisoma Firidi. Our honorable guest, Mr. Imam Bukhari, Mr. Setiawan Sabana, Ms. Penny Chandrarini, Mr. Ade Pirus, and Mrs. Yani Panigoro, and all presenters and participants of the Second International Conference on Art for Technology, Science, and Humanities. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to continue our agenda with a photo session. To the keynote speakers, the head of the program, the dean, the rector, the representative of the committee, as well as the participant, you are all invited to open your camera and take a position. Excellencies, participants, Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to start the opening ceremony by first listening to the committee report presented by Dr. Nuning Damayanti, the chair of the committee of the Second International Conference on Art for Technology, Science and Humanities, Artesh 2020. For Dr. Nuning Damayanti, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All praises is due to Allah, the hope for enabling us to meet together in the Second International Conference Artesh 2020. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector Institute of Technology Bandung, Ibu Profesor Reini Wirahadikusumah, Ph.D., General Director of the Ministry of Education and Culture, Bapak Hilmar Farid, Ph.D., our Dean, Dr. Adriyanto, Rikrik Kusmara, Chairman of Visual Art Study Program, Dr. Dikdik, Sayahdikumullah, all of Chairman in the Faculty of Art and Design, and all of lecture, and also our beloved students, especially all honorable invited speakers who are willing to fulfill our invitation, parallel speakers and all participants, and also all of organizing committee members Artesh 2020. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my warmest greeting and enthusiastically welcome you all to the second Artesh 2020. This year, we try to bring up the theme of challenges and opportunity of art in practice and education in virtual space, discourse, also about reflection, interaction, and projection. Welcome to the Virtual International Conference, and I hope that for all participants to enjoy. We believe that the aforementioned aspect play an important role in creating an integrated art for the new high communication technology and unlimited information also in internet and virtual world era. Also, me to deliver several points of report as follows. The Second International Conference Artesh 2020 is effort to accommodate exchange of theories, information, and research results among experts of the ever-challenging topic of art for technology, science, and humanities. In focusing about reflection, interaction, and projection, also the challenge and opportunity of art in practice and education in virtual space discourse. The main event is divided into two sessions, plenary session and parallel session. This year, we invited international speakers such as the Honorable Professor Gunnar Hilmar from University of Applied Sciences and Art, Hanover, Germany. Associate Professor Dr. Steve Adisasmito-Smith from State University of Fresno, California, USA. Dr. Kathryn Coleman from Melbourne University, Australia. Dr. Arun Sutta from Australia, the chairman of Contemporary Museum Gallery Macan in Jakarta. Dr. Ono Purbo from Dharmajaya University in Indonesia. And the last, Dr. Renat Sparisoma Firidi from ITB, Indonesia. The speakers are also whom we believe shall bring new insight into the development of synergy of art and science as well as art, technology, humanities in education. For parallel session, there are 97 accepted abstracts, but only 93 papers to be presented during the conference. Some of them are from ITB, while others come from various institutions across Indonesia. There are also several overseas participants from Malaysia and Australia. Therefore, I hope that this conference is beneficial to all. Representing to the organizing committee of the conference, I would like to express my profound gratitude and participation at this seminar to all the supporters, ITB, LPPM ITB, and Faculty of Art and Design. Furthermore, I would like to thank the paper presenter for their participation. Also, we thank whom the seminar will be meaningless. I hope we will get useful and good experience even though it is still in atmosphere of COVID-19, which causes this conference to be held online. We would also like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee and to everyone who has worked hard to support and take part in organizing this conference. Finally, I do hope that the second International Conference on Art for Technology, Science and Humanities 2020 will be a memorable one to attend. I wish everyone enjoy this valuable event. Thank you very much for the attention. Wabil taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuning Yanti Damayanti. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to have the welcoming speech from the head of Visual Art Study Program, Faculty of Art and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, Dr. Dikdik Sayahdikumullah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dikdik Sayahdikumullah.
Hello and welcome to Artesh 2020 Second International Conference on Art for Technology, Science and Humanities. I am Dikdik Sayahdikumullah, Chair of Program Study in Visual Art, Faculty of Arts and Design, ITB. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Artesh 2020 second in first fully online conference. It's a new experience for us to be talking to a global audience directly in these pandemic times. Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Hilmar Farid, Ph.D., Director General of Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic Indonesia, Your Excellency, Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah, Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology, Your Excellency, Dr. Adriyanto Rikrik Kusmara, Dean of Faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, the Honorable our speakers, Professor Dr. Gunnar Helmeyer, Dr. Ono Widodo Purbo, Dr. Steve Adisasmito Smith, and Dr. Kathryn Coleman, and Dr. Aaron Seto. In this conference, we want to start to be a biennial events that have previously held since 2018, initiated by our research group in Faculty of Arts and Design, ITB. Because we think, consider, and realize that cultural human realities are currently following the tremendous flow of global change in every field. Even if very effort to respond or to challenges, all of which it will discover various beliefs, perspectives, and values, especially in the last decades, connection with the development of digital computer and internet technology to the limitless virtual world at an increasingly fast speed affecting the arts and humanities. Discussing art within the cultural framework of education system and art practice seem all endless or in persistent situation where all of them are perceived as life energies that reflects a variety of activities, interaction, interrelation, and perspective of thought without boundaries, disciplines, expertise, dichotomy of theories and practice, which offer to reevaluate on the impact of information technology on awareness of art education and making of contemporary art as practice. We believe that effort to discuss it all through the focus of this seminar's topic about challenge of art in practice and education in virtual space discourse, reflection, interaction, and projection is more than just enriching knowledge, experience new social gathering, also invite us to celebrate collaborative synergy among all disciplines of art, science, technology, and humanities. Before we do so, I want to thank various key organizations who made this week possible. Thanks to the organizing committee for reimagining this conference virtually in such an innovative and exciting way, which I know you all going to enjoy. We are grateful to the people of Indonesia for the support of our sponsors, acknowledge to all participants, also moderators, for making us so welcome and sharing some of their ideas, perspectives, and experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dikdik Sayahdikumullah, for the welcoming speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to have a welcoming speech from the Dean of Faculty of Art and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, Dr. Adriyanto Rikrik Kusmara, Ph.D. Dr. Adriyanto Rikrik Kusmara, the time is yours.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Representing Faculty of Art and Design, we feel honored hosting the second international conference, Artesh, the challenge of art in practice and education in virtual space discourse, organized by the Art Study Program, Faculty of Art and Design, ITB. I would like to express my best wishes and sincere gratitude to the Honorable our Rector Institut Teknologi Bandung, Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah, Ph.D., and the Honorable Dr. Hilmar Farid, Director General of Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture, Indonesia. And to the all invited keynote speakers for accepting our invitations to share experience and expertise. This international conference will discuss the meaning and the role of art from various aspects, such as art contributions in higher education in the context of the digital communication technology and digital culture. We all realize that the art world has witnessed a number of development and movement that have occurred dynamically in the last decades, related to the development of internet technology, extending to the virtual world without border, and digital computer techniques at an accelerating rate that affect aspects of human life and creativity in various branches of science, especially in the arts and humanities. This virtual cross-web interaction and communication takes out some place of real human life. In this case, art activities can virtually make people connect and interact, even there is no distance, there is no difference in race and nations, connecting between countries, nations, and continents. The higher education in arts cannot distance themselves toward the impact of advanced globalization, with social relations and interdependence between humans and regions are getting bigger. The development of information technology, which is starting to replace the role of human, and the very large dependence toward the fast changing database. Recently, the exploration of concept and expressions in contemporary visual culture has enriched the quality of scope of artwork and has impact on the various social field of art and also technology and humanities. Within this context, the Faculty of Art and Design ITB honored to be able to contribute in discussing the latest contemporary problems through this international conference, especially in the development of the art education paradigm concept including art, craft, and design. And once again, congratulations and appreciation are conveyed to various parties and partners for their role in supporting this program. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Adriyanto Rikrik Kusmara. We are now continuing to the next agenda, that is to listen to the welcoming speech from the Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology, Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah, Ph.D. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah, Ph.D.
Warmest greeting from Bandung. Good morning. It is always my pleasure to welcome you to ITB this morning to the second Artesh International Conference 2020, Arts for Technology, Science, and Humanities, organized by my friends, my colleague, the Visual Art Study Program, Faculty of Visual Art and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung. I would like to take this opportunity to express my best wishes and sincere gratitude to the Director General of Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture, Bapak Dr. Hilmar Farid. Salam kenal Pak, the Dean, Pak Rikrik Kusmara and his wonderful staff, to all keynote speakers for accepting our invitation to share their experiences and expertise. I also would like to say hello to Pak Setiawan Sabana, Pak pagi Pak, Pak Imam Bukhari, Pak Pirus, dan Bapak Ibu senior lainnya. Semoga sehat-sehat selalu. We all realize that the art world has witnessed a number of developments and movements that have occurred dynamically in the last decades related to the development of internet technology, extending to the virtual world without borders and digital computer techniques at an accelerating rate that affects aspects of human life and creativity in various branches of science. Especially, this is very beneficial for the arts and humanities sector. And recently, triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, it has become an opportunity for art people to face this unfortunate condition. So it's unfortunate, but it is an opportunity. The main trend that develops in the art practice today is the rise of new forces that enrich art in an international context due to global cultural interactions. These changes the frame of mind of us, of man, in his vision to reflect on the origin of the tradition of creating cultural products that lead to diversity and artistic reinvention today. Also, transdisciplinary research-based art practice has spread to all corners of the earth and gave birth to new materials and non-material media. Its growth is supported by the rise of information and digital technology that creates a world without borders. The creative side of art creation has pushed the boundaries of science and increased its use to bridge innovation and scientific or technology societies. In the social sciences and humanities, art serves as an imaginative playground in which abstract concepts can be safely explored. Art higher education, such as ITB, takes a central part in this movement. The transdisciplinary approach and research-based art creation are not new to the learning tradition at ITB. Through this conference, a critical and timely idea was put forward. How can art in the virtual world technology age further synergize with technology, science, and the humanities? That is the question. Participants will be able to hear and discuss how relevant the synergy of higher education between arts, science, technology, and humanities can be achieved to not only create a better future for all of us, but also a future led by a generation that is responsive and at the same time empathetic. So we believe that those aspects play an important role in realizing integrated art in the new era, in the era of virtual unlimited communication and information technology. So on this special occasion, I would like to congratulate the organizers, Bu Nuning, Damayanti, and his great team for their hard work, for their success in organizing this extraordinary event. And I thank all the participants, of course, who have contributed to our future progress. And finally, I wish you all a joyful, inspiring discussions and also networking. Thank you very much. I hope to see all of you again in a very much better circumstances, face-to-face. ITB are looking forward to our wonderful future collaboration. Please stay healthy, stay happy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Reini, for the warm welcoming speech. So we would like to ask Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah to officially open the second International Conference on Art for Technology, Humanities and Science, ArtTest 2020, after the welcoming speech from Mr. Hilmar Farid, Ph.D. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have welcoming speech from General Director of Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Hilmar Farid, Ph.D. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hilmar Farid, Ph.D.
First of all, welcome to all the participants. It is really an honor to address this conference, and I really hope that our discussions will help us to navigate our way for the future. So, as we know, the impact of the pandemic on art, on the art world, has been unprecedented. You know, artists, art organizations today still grappling with the changes. My office now facing challenges like budget cuts, postponements, cancellation of programs, and also, interestingly, a forced migration to the digital realm. Like us today, I mean, if it has been normal, then we would have an in-person meeting instead of like communicating through this media. But yeah, and again, galleries, museums, cultural institutions are bleeding with no foreseeable recovery. So nobody knows what is going to happen next year, for example. And many of these institutions have been forced to cease operation, while others have been shut down permanently. And I'm not talking about like small galleries in some countries. I'm talking really about like established cultural institutions in industrial countries like the UK, Europe, in the United States. And all of these institutions are now having difficulties in coping with the impact of the pandemic. So what I'm saying is that the artwork is undergoing significant changes, and the future is still unpredictable. Yeah, but one thing is clear: like before the pandemic, or like say a decade ago, we would talk about the role of digital technology and art education out of perhaps curiosity. Yeah, what is interesting? We are experimenting, share ideas, but now we are discussing this out of necessity. Yeah. But again, however disruptive the pandemic has been and will be to our lives, it is of course not the only reason why we begin to look closer into new possibilities of using digital technology for our purposes. Yeah. The media landscape, for example, has changed rapidly in the last 2 decades and has affected the art world significantly in terms of production, distribution, exhibition, and also consumption. If you look at the value chain of the arts, so far it has been dominated by established institutions, as I just mentioned before: galleries, museums, auction houses, art schools, journals, critics. But now it has become increasingly diverse. I mean, you have new actors, new institutions, new ways of doing things. And of course, digital art, online distribution have contributed to this process. And one of the impacts of this is that the art scene itself has become more representative. I mean, in terms of class, gender, race, ethnicity, and so on. And digital platforms like Instagram, Pinterest, Facebook, and all that have become important outlets also for younger artists. So there is a demographic shift, so to say, in the art world today. And in many ways, art has become more experiential, yeah, collective, rather than individual. Boundaries, disciplines are now collapsing. More and more discussions about interdisciplinary approaches. And basically it generates talks about a more fluid nature and future of arts. Yeah. So before it was like more in rather established categories, but now we are thinking about a more fluid nature of art. And in this occasion, I will briefly discuss a few initiatives that I think are very interesting and more or less reflect the state of the art of the discussions that we are having now. The first initiative is a very interesting one. It is called the Next Rembrandt Project. It was initiated a few years ago. In a minute, I will show you the website of that project. The project basically uses data of 346 paintings of the famous Dutch artist Rembrandt. And what it does, it extracted different features of the painting, such as composition, color, and also the geographical pattern, including a height map to understand the texture of the painting. Yeah. So all these features were then processed using artificial intelligence and machine learning, and then generate Rembrandt's original features, yeah, perhaps not known to Rembrandt himself, which is very interesting for art historians, to create an entirely new, typical Rembrandt, quote unquote, painting. And experts who have been part of the project said or claimed that they would mistaken this painting for Rembrandt's if they had found it in a collection somewhere. Yeah, and this is a very interesting project. I think I should show it to you right now. So this is the project. If you don't mind, I will briefly play the video. It's a very short video, so we can get what this project is about. Can you hear the sound of the video?
No sound.
Unfortunately not.
No sound yet, sir.
Can you hear the sound? No.
No, sir.
No sound.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I just fast forwarded to and explain what's happening here. So basically they're gathering the data by studying the works of Rembrandt. So all of the works that are in the collection of the museums are scanned using 3D scanners. No. And then they picked like one of the figures here to become the subject of the new painting, like facial recognition and all that. So these are the features of the subject. So they processed everything, generating the features. So all these like typical eyes, nose of Rembrandt. And using algorithms, then they calculated everything. So all aspects of the painting, all dimensions are calculated. This is very interesting, the height map, of which Rembrandt himself was probably never aware. So instead of trying to imitate the brush strokes, they are calculating the impact of the brushstroke onto the surface. So this is the new painting. Yeah. So this is the first example that I want to share with you at this moment. Just a second. Okay. The second initiative, which I also found interesting, is a website that basically hosts artists who explore the impact of artificial intelligence on art and society. These are artists who explore questions and ideas like whether artificial intelligence can expand human creativity and how to train machines to create new images based on algorithms that connects images from photo sharing website, for example, with essential concepts of human life, such as love, art, faith, the universe, and so on. So this is also a very interesting initiative. And again, I want to show you the website of it. It's here. Yeah. So it's aiartists.org. These are the artists involved in this project. Many of them are tech savvy for sure. I mean, they know how to code and use algorithms and all that. But what is interesting from these set of projects or initiatives are exactly what we are discussing today. Like, what are the boundaries between art technology? When does art stop, for example? And when do we, like, for example, with the Rembrandt project that I explained before, we can easily, for example, pick an artist here from Bandung, from ITB, people like, yeah, and then combine the data that is gathered from the artwork with the personal data, yeah, health reports, browsing history and all that, like combine all that, and then you will have a more closer prediction of what the artist will actually produce than the speculation about the future Rembrandt that I just showed. So, and this is not impossible. We're actually now interestingly moving into that direction, yeah, like bringing together data from different aspects of our lives into one, yeah. And I'm sure you are all familiar with the recent developments in journalism, for example, where now news items and even opinions are actually written by machines, not by journalists anymore. And established news institutions like the Guardian, etc., abroad have started using that for several years already. So this is not impossible, but we are moving into that direction. So the last initiative that I want to show you is actually homemade here from Yogyakarta in Indonesia. It is called wait a second, I have to. Apologies, I think I've lost it. Okay, it's here. It's the home of a nature fiber, yeah, in Yogyakarta. This is a very interesting initiative where artists are combining arts and technology, their interest in space, etc., to find solutions to our daily problems. Yeah, combining art, technology with their concern about humanity and different issues. So this is the website of the organization. It's Foundation for Art, Science, and Technology, called HONF. For example, one of their interesting projects is about the pandemic, where they basically were initiating ways using technology of helping medical institutions to get their medical supplies. It also helps the population to find safe passages through which they can actually go to distribute essential needs of, in the society and so on. So it is, again, a very interesting project which brings together art, technology, and also social purposes. All these different initiatives has brought me to a very fundamental question about the role of the artist. I mean, for decades, we have been discussing, the art world has been discussing the idea of the death of the artist. Yeah, since the development of technology has changed the supremacy of the artist in the art scene. But I think what is happening right now is that technology will probably replace human labor in several parts of the process in artistic production. But at the same time, it will actually expand creativity to new levels. Yeah, this is like photography. Yeah, photography in the 19th century, in the 20th century, early 20th century, basically liberated art from depicting, describing the world on canvas. Yeah, it allows at the same time artists to focus more on concepts, abstraction, and I think so today, technology will liberate human imagination from the current constraints. Yeah, and I think in order to do that, in order to bring about these changes, we need to confront basic fundamental questions in art, in the field of aesthetics, art and society. Yeah, and there are very important studies on collective consciousness, common in cinema, OTT, and all that, and including also the function and meaning of art. And what are the implications of all this for art education? Yeah, and I think what we have seen so far through these a few examples, there are many more, is that software, algorithms, etc., have shaped the world around us. And artists, of course, need to have a strong grasp of the practical and philosophical implications of this transformation. It doesn't mean, of course, that everybody has to learn how to code. No, it is good if you can, but at least we should get acquainted with basic ideas of media, computing, and so on, in order to navigate our way in this emerging field of where you can really see art technology actually blends together into something new that has no name yet. Yeah, and for centuries, yeah, this is also a very significant change. For centuries, art has been based on the idea of scarcity. Yeah, scarcity equals value. Why is a certain painting important and also expensive because it's scarce. Yeah, because you cannot get it just simply on the market. Yeah, but if today digital art, for example, can be easily reproduced, then they are probably worthless, right? Because it's not scarce anymore. I mean, you can get it easily anywhere. You can download it. It's like what is happening to music today. You can download like music and you don't bother to buy, because it's free, it's accessible, you can get it easily, no? So today there have been initiatives to create limited editions, of paintings, of artwork in general, authenticated by blockchain technology. So you know that this is only meant to be distributed to a particular audience, etc., etc. But all these developments, I think, will further push and raise the questions of access, value, and so on in the art world. Yeah, and I will end this talk with a very broad question, and is actually meant to be shared with you, participants of the conference, with the hope that you would come up with fresh ideas to intervene in the debate, and of course to develop our conversation further. So in the future, I think art may not look like art as we know it. Yeah, we are in fact today surrounded by art. Yeah, before, when you had to go to a gallery, to a museum, to enjoy art, to have access to that. But now you are surrounded by that. Yeah, you are basically in a condition of being overwhelmed by art. No, so the question then is, does this mean that we are actually going back to the beginning of the cycle of humanity, where practices of art, or what we consider today as being art, are actually embedded in everyday life? I mean, that's what happened in the beginning of humanity. Art was not like a special field or a special branch of knowledge. No, it was basically part of daily life. Yeah. So the question is, are we going back to that, to the beginning of the cycle? And if that's the case, then we really should expand our discussion about art education, not simply about art in higher education, in schools of art and all that, but also to include the teaching of creativity in general education. So that's what art education in the digital age actually means, to induce critical and creative thinking in general education. So it is not about art itself, but it is about enhancing the capacity and skills for the general population in the future, including to anticipate unknown jobs. I mean, jobs are now diminishing. I mean, probably in 10 years, many jobs that will disappear and replaced by new ones, which we don't know yet. Yeah. So creative and critical thinking through art education is really essential. I mean, we certainly cannot predict the future, but we should be prepared for many futures. The future will be multiple and plural. It is not a future, but many futures. So this is what I have to share with you for this conference. I wish you a very good conversation in the conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilmar, for the wonderful presentation. So actually, your enthusiasm, your energy is very contagious. So I believe that all the participants get many insights from you. We're talking about many initiatives to combine art and technology. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Hilmar. So ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, so I would like to invite Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah to officially open the second International Conference on Art for Technology, Science and Humanities, Artes 2020. For Professor Reini Wirahadikusumah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I myself and all of the participants actually enjoy listening to your presentation, Pak Hilmar. I wish we all could physically be in that Rembrandt Museum in Amsterdam, I believe, ya. Di mana itu? Very, very interesting. I myself a civil engineer, but as I'm aging, I can appreciate art very much, you know. So it is very, you know, fulfilling to understand art and the beauty and the creativity of humankind. Okay, so Bapak Ibu sekalian, please let us all start this wonderful conference, and let's start strengthening our network, our friendship, and have a productive day. Thank you, Pak Hilmar dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Bersama ini kami buka acara Artesh 2020. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, all the guests, honorable guests. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilmar Farid, for the insight. We are very grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experience about art and technology. Okay, so thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of our opening ceremony. First, performance from ITB Students Choir. Here is ITB Student Choir. Enjoy. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our main agenda, the first plenary session. Let me inform you the agenda for the first plenary session. This morning, we are indeed honored and privileged to have with us three great speakers who will share with us their view and experiences on art for technology, science, and humanities. There will be two speakers in this plenary session. First, Dr. Kathryn Coleman from University of Melbourne, Australia. Second, Dr. Steve Adisasmito-Smith from University of Renzo, California, USA. Third, Dr. Ono Widodo Purbo from Informatic and Business Institute, Dharma Jaya, Indonesia. During this first plenary session, all the speakers will be moderated by Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D. Let me give you a brief introduction of our moderator. Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D. is now a lecturer in Faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology. He is also part of Visual Communication and Multimedia Research Group. He finished his undergraduate study in Bandung Institute of Technology, and he got his master's degree in School of Computer Design, Usung University, South Korea. Then he pursued his doctoral of philosophy in Chiba University, Japan. Without further ado, I now invite Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D., to moderate the first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D.
Thank you for the MC for the introduction. Good morning, everybody, and good morning also for distinguished guests and also distinguished speakers for today's conference. So the Artesh 2020 theme is about challenges of art in practice and education in virtual space discourse, reflection, interaction, and projection. Therefore, since we have speakers from different backgrounds and different nation, we are hopeful that for this conference, we will have a broader and deeper insights related to the current condition due to the pandemic and in terms of how art could be beneficial in utilizing virtual space. And as being introduced by the MC, for the first session, we will have three distinguished speakers. Dr. Kathryn Coleman from University of Melbourne, Australia, Dr. Steve Adisasmito-Smith from State University of Fresno, California, USA, and Dr. Ono Widodo Purbo from Informatics and Business Institute, Dharmajaya, Indonesia. And since we will have interesting topics and discussion, therefore, we would like to invite the audience and guests. If you have questions and comments for the presentation of the speakers, please feel free to write down your questions or your comments in the chat section, and we will discuss the questions after the presentation of all speakers. So I think we will begin with the first speaker for this plenary session. So we welcome you to have a presentation from Dr. Kathryn Coleman. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me here today. My name is Kate Coleman, and I'm a senior lecturer at the Melbourne Graduate School of Education at the University of Melbourne in Naarm, Australia. I'm going to talk today about post-digital art practices, A/R/T indicating the artist, researcher, and teacher, and hope, creativity, and speculation found in a pandemic. I'm going to talk about two particular case studies, one that I've worked on with Science Gallery Melbourne, and the other in my own radical collaboration with Becoming Teachers as activist practitioners, and what that means coming out of a pandemic and how we might shift an understanding of what art education is in the wider art ecology. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation where I live and work, who have been custodians of this land for thousands and thousands of years. I wish to acknowledge and pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and further acknowledge First Nations people as our first artists and the significant role that First Nation people, cultures, and places play in global art education communities. I'm going to begin by positioning myself within the larger pandemic data. This is a piece of data from the Australian Government Department of Health, and it indicates how Victoria, in relation to the rest of states and territories in Australia, came through the pandemic. Here I find myself at the end of the reopening of a roadmap that our Premier Daniel Andrews announced back in March. And we made it to the last step of that roadmap on November 23. We have been under stay-at-home directions for 168 days and for restrictions for 235 days. And it's why I'm able to talk about the kinds of impacts of a pandemic on art education and talk about the use of digital methods and tools because of the way that we have been in our homes here in Melbourne. Most of my students, as well as me, we have been at home since March. We have participated and learnt and taught and researched and lived through digital means now for some time, with Melbourne having only just opened up now that we can head out into freedom. And I walked this morning without a face mask on. You can look at the data of Victoria. It's the last piece on the right-hand side of the Australian mainland, and Victoria has numbers there of 20,345 corona cases, with 819 sad and tragic deaths. If you look at the numbers around the rest of the country, you can see why Melbourne had one of the hardest and longest lockdowns in the country. And for much of Melbourne, we've actually undergone one of the strictest stay-at-home directions and restrictions that we've seen across most of the world. We are now, though, at 23 days of no cases and no active cases in our community. The next piece of context I want to give you is a methodological one. As a digital researcher and artographer, I work in the nexus between the post-digital and the post-human in a speculative research inquiry. Post-digital research enables me to work with the human experience, but also to focus on the more than human and the non-human. It enables and allows me opportunities to think about what digital methods enable in creative research, and particularly what digital methods and tools enable for digital pedagogies in art education. The post-digital is concerned with this rapidly changing relationships with digital technologies and art forms. And the post-digital artist is really working in that space between art, culture, society, and technology, and seeing the kinds of boundaries that they can cross and move around in different spaces and sites. I'm very lucky to work on a range of creative data projects using digital methods at the University of Melbourne. One of those here in the link to this curated Omeka site called Data Creativities, which with the Melbourne Data Analytics platform has been focused on social and cultural research during COVID and what has happened in the creative industries in Melbourne and in Australia, where really those harsh lockdowns have impacted on how artists exhibit their work, how artists continue to work in studios, and what a post-studio, post-digital practice might offer. I'm working in the post-digital space, which if we use this post-digital marketing kind of language, is a one-to-moment, where the human there in the center has opportunities and openings in multiple digital environments. Multiple digital feedback loops are enabled from social media sites to their production and consumption of art world and media. It means that if that's the artist in there, they're actually able to engage in a wider gallery, library and museum sector experience, and for their work to live online and to be active and relational in the online environment. Most of where I work is in the digital space as a secondary art educator lecturer. We are working in a one-to-one space as much as possible, even though there's a collective post-digital, which I truly believe in. A lot of the kind of transmission environment through COVID has been very digital. And then we have this other context where I see most of our art education in schools in the pre-digital space, the one-to-many, where art education might be visiting through Google Art and Culture, a gallery on the other side of the world, and this one person is engaging with the multitude and multiplicities of the glam sector, but not really getting anything back. You know, it's not a one-to-one where I'm actually receiving information back or being alerted to things. I'm in control of the experience, but it's not a relational or affective environment such as the post-digital, which really is a responsive digital environment where the connection and the collaboration and the collective is visible. So right at the start of the pandemic in March, this is where I've been since. Here I am today sitting in front of this. I'm in my study, teaching, researching, learning, collaborating, working with my colleagues to develop new ways of understanding in art education as well as in the digital humanities. Throughout this pandemic, I wanted to draw on a couple of things before I get to my two particular projects. The post-digital environment has been an innovative change, a paradigm shift for art education in Australia, where the GLAM sector itself became the relational responsive space, rather than that experience, digital experience of getting online and walking through a gallery space in Google Art and Culture, and maybe creating my own little gallery collection like I can in that space. The hashtag space, which has really, for me, changed the culture for art education, has meant that I'm participating. I'm an active participant in the GLAM sector, where my work is being exhibited in a wider art collective using these, using the feedback loop of the hashtag. Heidi at Home meant that young people in their homes, 7 years old, could have their portrait up on the Heidi website. Now, Heidi is the Museum of Modern Art here in Melbourne. It's an important part of Melbourne heritage and culture, and that is a significant piece of post-digital work. We saw the Getty Museum Challenge as a global piece of art education. So not just in the classroom, but the broader context of people at home dressing up and performing and role-playing artworks. That's an art education that I'm really excited about, and where those slashes between A, R, and T become more important in a speculative artographic way, where we're doing art and research and teaching. There's a pedagogical implication for these hashtags. They actually draw us closer, as INSEA presented as their hashtag early in the pandemic. Some other work I've been able to do with Dr. Abby McDonald at the University of Tasmania is think about the implications for professional learning as artographers. How can artists, researchers and teachers come together to develop new ways of learning and being and doing post-pandemic, now that we've moved ourselves from the pre into the digital environment as educators? And the way to do that was to shift the physical space from the studio to the post-studio. Here's an example Abby and I wrote about in Teacher Magazine, where teachers began getting those modalities home. Art at home bags here set up by Michelle Coombs, a New South Wales visual art teacher, to ensure that there was an equity at home. Those art materials could begin to shift in a post-studio space, and we could think about medium differently through an understanding of materiality, but we had to start somewhere. We had to enable the establishment or setup of the infrastructure of a studio at home, in the kitchen, the lounge room, the bedroom, the bathroom, as some of my students have even worked, or out on balconies. But to move that shift into the post-digital, we needed the post-studio environment to come with it. And how did we do that? We needed to send materials home. To do that, Art Education Australia, that I'm a council member for, also established a digital space as a collaborative, a collective space where art educators across the country could share the kinds of digital materials that they were working with from the GLAM sector. So that instead of people having to do that scouring and curating and sourcing on their own, the collective sourcing came together as a digital environment, where as collaborators, as professional development, we shared our online learning experiences with each other, so that this has become a living bank of digital learning and teaching. INSEA, on the global scale, did the same thing. This is in April, a conversation I had with the INSEA executive. I serve as an INSEA World Councillor. And this conversation was about that studio practice. How did I move the physical, collaborative studio environment that we know is so important to practice? How did I move that into an individual space but stay together? How did I create connections digitally? But how did I also create the conditions for rich studio practice to happen at home? Two projects that indicate, for me, really interesting ways of working in the post-digital environment and in the post-studio environment. Being So Curious is the first, a project that I work on at Science Gallery, Melbourne. And the second will be with my teachers. I want to start with this, though, that we always, as a project, acknowledge and pay respect to traditional owners of the lands upon which our campuses are situated at the University of Melbourne. So for me, being so curious and learning to teach art in lockdown have shown me why radical collaborations, and if you go back to early artographic practice and artographic inquiry, these radical collaborations of rupture and loss and disruption are really important components of the connections of the artist and researcher and teacher. It's the activism sites for public pedagogies to create space for hope and creativity and speculation. A public pedagogy has shifted for me because an art education has not always been a public pedagogy. Often we've had to experience those public pedagogies when we hit museum sites, when we're in galleries, when we're in public art spaces. But the digital now enabled that. The GLAM sector itself had shifted to a public digital pedagogy site and enabled art education to move altogether from a very often Eurocentric modernist version into a post-digital, post-studio contemporary practice, looking at the kinds of art that were being made by artists today. These are the Psycurious co-researchers that I have the great pleasure of working with, a team at the University of Melbourne on the left there, and on my right, my Psycurious co-research team. Young people who are a part of the steering committee at Science Gallery. Science Gallery are all around the world. We are about to have ours open next year, an important collision space. The Science Gallery work in the liminal space between art and science. For me, those slashes between art, research and teaching are the same interstitial spaces, the spaces where we need to learn to cite new understandings and new knowings. And this is why doing art education or doing arts-based and creative research at Science Gallery has been so informative to my own creativity and hope and speculation, but also as a co-designer and a co-researcher with the communities I work in. What we did in this project was to use a creative research method and a speculative inquiry of engaging with writing and engaging with making as artographers to develop new ways of knowing what it means to be Psycurious. What we did was send zines, traveling zines from one house to the next of each co-researcher in the team about being Psycurious. What does it mean to be Psycurious? And how do we use other forms of knowing rather than textual to actually draw the affect and emotion and feeling and knowing and being Psycurious? Here they are, woven, knitted, stitched and drawn from one house to the next as the provocation from the front cover to the inside cover to the next cover created opportunities for each of the participants in the study to engage in what it means to be Psycurious. These included text about being Psycurious. There needed to be rules of engagement, and each zine, a lo-fi folded paper magazine, was sent first with these rules. It's okay to be Psycurious. Psycurious means recognizing opportunities to share knowledge. And through artistic work, we came to understand things differently. It's because of the pandemic that we were actually able to do this, because we were at home. And mailing artworks to each other brought a new understanding of ourselves. It was a radical collaboration. Here's another zine. Psycurious is a method, a way of being, a community, a connection point. Boom, between art and science. Here's one that connected the swarm, the idea of a group of people together creating new ideas while at home, disconnected, but incredibly connected online in our Microsoft Teams site and through our Zoom research meetings, but together through this mail interaction where something would arrive at my home and I could open it as a gift to explore what it meant to be Psycurious. Psycurious means that we are interested in the way that we understand the merging or emerging of ideas. And together, our intergenerational project developed a new way of understanding Psycuriosity as method and Psycuriosity as pedagogy. it really, as a speculative method, enabled us a great shift in thinking about what the ethics of joy is in research. Research that, as I said, is disconnected but connected, an assemblage of ideas, a way to encounter a range of happenings. So this is further explored with my teachers, becoming teachers, secondary art and design teachers, learning to learn online at the same time as learning to teach online, because that's how they did their placements. They did their internships online as activist art teachers. Here we are at the beginning of the year. Melbourne had been in terrible fire circumstances. The sky was filled with smoke and heavy sitting on the ground. We're in our studio here, the multi-purpose award-winning design studio at the Melbourne Graduate School of Education, after 3 hours of drawing and experiencing what it means to be artographers in the studio. Here we are with Dr. Patsy Botkin, from the National College of Art and Design, who had visited us from Ireland during that time in January and February. And then March, we go home. But COVID-19 became a hopeful creative space for me, because it enabled me to open the broader digital ecosystem for art education that in the physical studio I wasn't able to do, but in the digital studio I could. Here we are, connected in our home studios, in our home study environments, ready to learn. At the beginning of this, not realizing that we would be home for so long. But what my students were able to do was turn their experience into digital, post-digital spaces where they could develop and design new ways of thinking about teaching each other, learning with each other through digital circumstances. Here's a beautiful piece of paper art developed through a YouTube clip that was presented in the Zoom class. And then we would leave the Zoom studio and we would head out into our home studios, produce work, photograph them, and then share them back into these large portfolio Padlets that kept us connected to each other. This is one visual arts and design in a virtual campus from this semester, where work was able to be reflected upon, re-engaged with, rethought about and shared very differently to even the hanging experience that would have gone on in the walls in the studio. So you saw that picture earlier. Our curriculum includes present and perform, and I'm very, it's built into every part of the curriculum that I have as an artographer, that we produce work, we reflect upon it, we share it, we discuss it, and we feedback loop that work back in. These digital walls enabled me to do that form of radical collaboration in the post-digital, post-studio environment. A piece of work from one of those by Steffi Domovsky, Clear Lungs on Country, after a walking methodology that I asked my students to engage with to deeply listen to country on the 1 hour a day that they were allowed out. And in doing so, they were able to meditatively use walking as methodology, as a part of artography, to think about where they were living and working, and the ancestors and elders and owners of the country, and how that might re-engage them in a new way of understanding what it means to be an art educator and why art and design matter in schools. Here's a kind of further theoretical Padlet board where each student in my art and design class is able to explore the futures of art education and what do their research need to do to engage a futures post-COVID, post-digital, post-studio environment. They came up with the most amazing projects that socially engaged practice and community arts practices needed to drive a change, that schools moving from the pre-digital to the digital to the post-digital needed to rethink what it was that the art world was doing to ensure that kids coming through the ecology into the art world were responsive to the contemporary art space, that they could read memes and GIFs as artworks, that they could understand the post-internet practice, that they would be able to engage with critical art making in the digital space, and that they would have the visual literacies and languages to do that. To do that, we explored these large, big tanglegrams, ways of exploring through text as image and data, and feeding that data back out into the Padlet boards for wider feedback in the collective, publishing your research, openly talking about our research as artographers, and then feeding it back into curriculum designs. And it was all done online. We have radically changed what it means to be an activist teacher and to think about points of activisms to decolonize curriculum, to decolonize pedagogies, and to ensure that our art education students are ready to read contemporary works, and that through the reading of contemporary works, they're engaged and knowledgeable to read historical works, but with new languages, new ways of understanding beyond the art elements and principles of design, ways of experiencing as artist and audience, as the Australian curriculum says, ways of experiencing as spectators and audiences, but underpinning that as practitioners. Practitioner is the key point in all of this work. To understand hope and creativity and speculation is to have a shared collective experience of practice, to move everyone together as practitioners through practice, as practice. And that within that practice, we're actually able to engage in a shared understanding. This is a page from one of the zines that my art teachers were sending each other. Our pandemic zines kept us connected, just like the Curious project, but they also enabled us to create new collegial friendships, so that when this cohort graduate, who did know each other physically in the beginning of the program, will be able to connect with the textual and visual aspects of the zines that they sent so carefully to each other's homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Dr. Kathryn for the presentation. I think it's really interesting that the condition could provide a new and creative ways in both in methodology and also in art practice. There is I think I have 5 points from your presentation. Correct me if my resume is not correct. First is how the harsh conditions of the pandemic in Australia especially still could create new creativity in doing and presenting arts. And we have 3 conditions in terms of interaction. So in the pre-digital, we have interaction in 1 to multiples, but lack of interaction. So like if we have something, then we cannot get some feedbacks back. And the second one is the digital interaction, one-on-one. Yeah, like if we are doing like some kinds of digital communication. And the last one is post-digital, with one connects with many. So we have one that we can connect with so many others resources. Yeah, and I think that's also creates different challenges. And the third point is about the post-digital. So that the post-digital provide collective space for digital learning and teaching in arts, and new ways to collaborate, not only with virtual connection, but with doing artworks at homes too. And I found it pretty interesting in Sky Curious that collaborative with expressing emotion one by one sequentially. So what I think about Sky Curious, then I send it to my colleague, and then my colleague then doing something too, and then they send it to another colleagues, and so we have like artworks that connects every one of us, and we have discussion online, but we still connected through what we are doing by making some artworks. And I think the last point from the Dr. Kathryn presentation is that although COVID is make things quite difficult for us, but it also provide some chances, in providing a post-digital studio that provide new kinds of engagement and interaction. And also we could share its other ideas online, and not only through like virtual ways, but also we can make it to like a real connection with doing things, and share it. So we have open many collaborative space that can enrich our artworks, and also our our insight about arts. Thank you for the presentation. And Mr. Kathryn, are you still there?
Oh, hello, I'm on. That was a perfect summary. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. So how's in Australia right now? I heard that there will be a second lockdown at Australia.
We hope not. We have a lockdown process. So in Adelaide at the moment, they have a cluster. And so what each state or community does is lock that section down. So I realized when you look at those numbers at the start of my data that Australia actually has low numbers in comparison to most of the world. But we've had, because we had an elimination strategy, that's why we have been in such tight restrictions and isolation. So as soon as there's a cluster of 20 cases or more, which really is very small, that might only be 1 or 2 families, we go back to lockdown.
Yeah, but I'm really happy to hear that even in the difficult condition of the COVID, but it didn't stop you and other colleagues in art to doing some inventions, like some innovation about doing arts and also about teaching.
I thought it was an opportunity. You know, sometimes in art education, we lament, we get kind of a bit cranky about the things that we can't change. And so we wait for these moments. And to me, this was the moment of change. If I didn't harness it and I didn't make a change now, I was never going to be able to. This was the time in life to actually say, art education matters because it provides a platform to understand who I am in relation to bigger, complex things that are happening in the world. And so I needed to harness what art was and what art education was, and to use all of the different connections and collaborations that I had to get them working together.
Yeah, I think what you endure is, I think, what most of us also feel and also face in every day, especially in art school. Yeah, we have come face to face with students to teach and to encourage them to create artworks. But now it's like this long distance learning. It's quite difficult for us to adapt at that condition.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to give them the agency. They need to see that art is powerful. Art makes you powerful. And if you realize that, then it doesn't need to be made in one space. It can be, like we saw in the keynote before, it can be made online. It can be made in your backyard. It can be made in your kitchen or your bathroom. It doesn't matter. That's the thing that we need to teach people. It doesn't need to be made in universities. It doesn't need to be made in studios. Art is the thing that changes the way we understand the world. And it's also a language. And if we teach it that way, then it's not even about us. We're just the people that provide those opportunities to people.
Okay. Thank you for the insight, Dr. Kathryn.
Thank you for having me.
After this, we have a session after all the speakers has been speaking. So I think we will continue to our second speaker for today. So we would like to welcome for the Dr. Steve Adisa Smith from the State University of Fresno, California, USA.
Selamat sore, ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak dari Amerika Serikat. Nama saya Steve Adisa Smith. Sebaiknya saya harus berbahasa Inggris untuk presentasi saya. Maaf ya. And thank you for inviting me to this conference, where we're using digital platforms to share across time and space. So we're literally different sides of the globe and separated by quite a distance in time, and yet we overcome that distance to find a way of sharing ideas and sharing understandings. And that's what I want to talk about in artistic terms, how text and art forms are being shared in new performances in digital modes, in digital technology. In our contemporary world, as we try to understand each other from standpoints in diverse cultures, we face a twofold problem. First, how, in a complex world at a distance, do we achieve effective dynamic understanding of other cultures via their arts, literary and visual? Second is the ethical problem of representation. We have to avoid the two extremes. On the one hand, exclusion, not including or representing other cultures in our considerations and studies at all. On the other hand, we represent other cultures, we can represent other cultures in a way that assimilates them, appropriation. So those are the two extremes I'd like to avoid. The problem is especially acute in cases of an imbalance of power between larger dominant communities and smaller scale minority communities. Fortunately, new bridges to understanding are being built. For one thing, all humans have a common neural architecture in psychology. Recent research in cognitive psychology shows that the brain encodes information in interacting narrative and visual form. Goals I'm after and the problems that I want to overcome. So the brain has a common neural architecture. We share narrative and visual forms. Visual art and literature can amplify each other with mutual gain in knowledge transfer and emotional charge. Similarly, right, there's the transfer of information through digital technology, and the internet can open door to unprecedented intercultural exchanges. New media, the integration of artistic performances, allows us to better address the true problems of understanding and understanding and ethics. Various indigenous cultures now are performing their own stories, illustrated with their own art, to share a dynamic understanding of their voices and visions as participants in the world. So I'm going to illustrate this today by showing you a clip from an indigenous Maori performance of one of their traditional tales, Maui Chiki Chiki Ataranga, translated in English as How Maui Found His Mother. My own background, I come from comparative literature, which traditionally focused primarily on text. There's a Sanskrit text in Devanagari, transliteration, and then translation into English. So this field realized literature as an art form, and you wanted to try to get a full understanding of it, right? And when you're going at a distance culturally and in terms of language, there's always an issue of translation and context and understanding. The context, on the one hand, in order to understand something, you have to understand the context. But when you're removed in time or cultural distance, then context can be a problem, right? So if you decontextualize it and you don't understand it in terms that are equivalent to the way the original community would have understood it, then you've misunderstood it, misrepresented it. Hans Georg Gadamer came up with this idea of horizons of understanding that were always, the way he conceived it is we're trying to fuse horizons as we communicate and understand more and more. Another hermeneutical philosopher, Paul Ricoeur, understood it as the expansion of horizons that are always growing and spreading. Ricoeur has a concept he calls the hermeneutical function of distanciation. And he points out that texts, first of all, are a break with the dynamism of phenomenon, it's a phenomenology, events in the world. You take the events of the world and you create an artificial expression, a text, a literary work. It's an ensemble of signs, but it is not the world itself, and yet it has to relate somehow to the world itself or the world, or it's meaningless. And then the reader approaches this text and they have to read it and make sense of it. Again, there's a distance that's involved there, and they make sense of it in terms of their own experience. But the effort to overcome that distance, Ricoeur argues, is a productive one because you get distance from yourself, some perspective on yourself, and that allows you to understand yourself better. So you emerge from the act of reading with a better self-understanding. So the other thing that changed my understanding of text and getting to know the context of ancient India, I studied in India for a short while, they were quite comfortable with representing stories in artistic form. For example, in sculptures and friezes. There are thousands of examples from across India, especially during the Gupta Empire, classical India. On the left is the representation of a scene of Draupadi and the 5 Pandava brothers from the Shavatar temple. Gupta Empire was a cosmopolitan international empire. You would know it in Indonesia because they had trading relationships with Srivijaya in the southeast. Borobudur, the temple in Java, has similar carvings depicting the life of the Buddha. So the idea that stories can be told in visual form, stories need to be visualized to be understood. And iconography has a narrative aspect to it. Those two have been intermingled for a long time. It's not just in ancient South Asia, Southeast Asia. It's also around the world. So for example, the Mayan Popol Vuh, this is the Codex Dresden here. The script of Mayan is already intensely pictographic to begin with, and they call the Popol Vuh a vision book, and you would open it and there would be illustrations accompanying every episode. Another example from medieval Ireland, the Book of Kells, is illustrating stories from the Gospels with rich illustration of the letters themselves, turning them into the letters into pieces of art, and illustrations of the scenes that are going on to the side. So this is not a new idea, in other words. What is new is our understanding of how it works. So I've been trying to keep abreast of recent developments in cognitive neuroscience over the past few decades. And a particular work that bears on literature is Dehaan's Reading in the Brain. And this is what he points out is involved. Not the old, the top picture there has an older understanding, very linear and very simple. Now they know, and they can trace what happens as you read and understand. It goes from the visual perceptions of letters to the letterbox of the brain, or if you're hearing a story, it could be auditory perception of sounds and have a different starting point. But then from both, it passes to the places where sound images are stored in the brain, the phonic areas, the place where meanings are stored, the semantic areas, and then in less than a second, triggers other centers. Motor systems that get your heart beating and sends your blood rushing as you read an engaging story. The mirror neuron systems that allow you to represent the actions of others in yourself as though you're doing them yourself, right? Which may have implications for empathy. The visual, ethical, social models, the modules, those parts are interlinked. We visualize faces, social information, and our ethical judgments are being processed through that area, as well as the left hemisphere, the rational ordering parts of the brain. All of that is involved in every aspect of reading. And of course, it's involved every time there's a performance of any other art as well. There's a new field in media psychology is also looking at how storytelling affects the brain. And they can trace this now, what's going on. It opens up a new understanding. So more is now known about visual, textual, and narrative processing in the brain than ever before. It's a picture of Stanislas Dehaan. He's from Collège de France and has a neuroimaging project. He studied how mathematics is processed in the brain, the number sense, how literacy is processed there, reading the brain, awareness itself, consciousness in the brain. And most recently this year, came out with a new book, How We Learn. And he talked about 4 pillars of learning. These are brain processes, neural processes that are involved in all learning for all people in the planet, right on the planet. Gaining and holding attention is the first. Active engagement, you've got to work through it in some way. Feedback and error correction is another, and integration or consolidation is a fourth. Of particular note to us of interest for literature and visual arts, the two together are trying to grab the attention. They don't work unless they do, and visuals are very good for that, getting attention. Active engagement, working through, especially if you have more than one mode going on at the same time. So you're reading the text or hearing a spoken tale and looking at the pictures as they dynamically unfold. And this all helps with consolidation or the integration at the end, bringing the two together. So there are new tools and new understandings that are emerging. That's all to the good. The ethical problems still remain, right? The ethics of representation. And I mentioned this before, the two polar opposites, exclusion and appropriation. So what I mean, to expand on that a bit, right? This is an incredibly diverse world, right? Over 7,000 different languages that are still around. If we lose touch with that, we've lost, it's a tremendous loss, right? The perspectives and experiences of all those different people are not part of our understanding or our studies. If those people are not representing themselves, however, then that's also an ethical problem. These are their artistic creations. These are their story traditions. And that is the, so if all that's excluded, it's just a loss. If we include it in the wrong way, that's the second problem, appropriation. It can amount to cultural theft, right? That you're taking from them, or you misrepresent because you misunderstand what's going on. You hide behind a mask. It's a kind of imposture, right? Rather than a performance, it's an imposture. Now, I say those are two polar extremes. There's lots of creative ground in the middle. And one potential solution that has arisen is collaborative performance. Performances that draw on different people from different cultural standpoints, and they together offer a new understanding. And that's, I'm going to give you an example of this. In order to make that point, though, I want you to experience the opposite, the text alone, and told in a problematic way. So the tale of Maui, right, the Polynesian trickster figure, and I'm focusing on his Maori representation, his Maori version, very famous, has become more famous recently because of some movie. This is the story of his birth and his childhood, his homecoming. And it was collected by W.D. Westervelt in 1910, right, Legends of Maui. And to give Westervelt credit, he was a serious folklorist from the US. He went to the Pacific and he collected all the Polynesian tales he could and knew there were many different versions and gathered a lot of them together. And all that's to the good. On the other hand, he was a Christian missionary. That's his standpoint. And he had a rather diminished view of what these tales were about. This, by the way, is the version that's most often taught in American universities here in the US. And this is why it's problematic. He thought the stories of Maui were the rude mythical survival, this is a quote, of an era without religion or civil government, when every man was a law unto himself. So in this version, this is the entire story that he gives. It is not the entire traditional Maori story, by the way. It's a reduced version. But let's look at it. Maui was prematurely born, his mother not caring to be troubled with him, cut off a lock of her hair, tied it around him, cast him in the sea. So the mother doesn't care at all. She's not even named, by the way. It's not worth naming. And she just doesn't want to be troubled and throws her baby out into the ocean like you do with a premature child, right? In this way, his name came to him, Maui Chiki Chiki. Maui formed in the top knot. The waters bore him safely. The jellyfish enwrapped him and mothered him. So his mother didn't care for him, but the jellyfish mothered him. The unnamed god of the seas cared for and protected him, was carried to the god's house, hung up on the roof, and he was cherished into life by the warmth of the fire, right? No mention of a community. The other figures, the people who are there, the gods, aren't named. No mention of his childhood, just simply when he was old enough, he came to his relations, no mention of the journey there, while they were all gathered in the great house of assembly, dancing and making merry. Now there's a hint of a community behind this, a hint of their culture and artistic traditions. They have a house of assembly where they meet. There's a dance that they perform, but that's it. It's just a hint. Little Maui crept in, and he has to creep in, and sat down behind his brothers. Soon his mother called the children, found a strange child who had to prove he was her son, and then he was taken in. Okay, and that's it. That is the entire story that Westervelt records. Now, let me introduce you to the more recent, in fact, a century later, 2010, the Maori television told their version of the story as a collaborative effort. And I'm going to show you a small section of it. It's from a longer series called Maui Chipua. The traditional Maori legend was retold in English by an author who had links and roots in the Maori community. He wasn't Maori himself, but he married a Maori woman, and he had links there, and he was in collaboration with Maori artists, and he worked their art forms into his book. And this is an example of his form. He did this as a children's book, and he incorporates elements of their visual arts, right? The flowing lines, the spirals, the internested triangles. More on those later. So they took this retelling and then they did a further retelling. A Maori narrator and storyteller back translated it into Maori. So you'll hear that in a second. The person is Mary Penfold. She did that. The tale itself is decisively placed in Maori communities and showcases their way of life. The result is a new Maori performance, proudly broadcast on Maori television. The story is more humane and communal, and I would argue more engaging. I'm going to show you the second half of the tale after Maui is found on the beach by his uncle Ranga. As you watch, note the artistic style of flowing lines, spiral korus. Koru is a fern curl. You'll see examples. The spiral is a very developed example. You'll see more in the video.
Ka fiu-fiua ngā kararehe mui-muia. Ka maui hoki te tākai tiki-tiki, ka hurakina. Ka ore mōhio, ko ia nei ko Maui ko tana ira mutu. A hakoa, nā te aroha, hari ana ki te kāira, hei tamaiti whāngai mana. Ka tupu ake a Maui ka rongo, ka mōhio i a tamanui ki te rangi, ki ngā kōrero, mō rangi rāua ko papa, mō tiki rāua ko tū, me ngā tikanga kōrero mō te mautaia. Nāna hoki ngā kōrero mō te ao tūroa, te aroha, me ngā tikanga maha, ā me pēhea hoki te mau, te tohu, me te tiaki. Ka kama te kapo tika ngā Māori, kua rawe ki te whakamanu iaia, ko rupe, te kerero, te tino manu. I tētahi rā, huri kauana hei kereru, ka rere ki te wākainga o te hapu. E kō, e kari ana rātai, i te māra tūmara. Kua maua Maui ki te kō, a kari me te haere o te karaki. Ko tahi tonu te kari a te hungara, o tino a te mahiga. He rawe tonu te ao o Maui, iaia e tupu ake ana. Nā, kua ki te ake, he whaia o ona hoa. Nā, ka pātai hoki, kei hea tōku.
Oi rā tōku whaia, ki taku mōhio ko tāranga. Kei hea ia. Kai hea rawa atu. E tawhiti rawa māku ki te kawi a koe. Kai te pai, māku anō ia e kimi.
Ko ia anō tērā, he roa ia e kimi ana. Nā, ka tūpono iho, ki tana pā o mua. He hui i te pā, nā ka tata atu a Maui, ka kite atu, i tētahi wahine, e mihi ana i ana tama. Whakapai tonu atu a Maui, puia tōna whaia. Takitahi tonu te hongi haere a te wahine rā i ana tama. Ka whakatata tonu atu a Maui, tū ana i muri i ona tuakara. Ka tae mai ki a Maui, ka umere te tangi a Tārana. Aue, ko hoi koe, ko Maui pōtiki. Tō tama mutuna. Nā, ka kōrero atu ki tana whaia, mai i tana whiunga e taranga ki te tai moana. Pupu ana te roimata i ngā kamo o Tāranga, i te hari, i te koa me te aroha. Ko ia hoki, tana peke pupu.
So, notice the way the tale integrates flowing lines and spiral designs with a focus on the community, and its narrative even becomes kind of a spiral. Now, I didn't show you the opening of the tale, but Maui's mother sadly gave him up because he was apparently stillborn, and with a prayer consigned him to the waves after lovingly bundling Maui in her hair. The baby is nourished by the elements, but they're drawn with a flowing Maori lineation, depicted as loving natural forces. Each is personified with a face decorated with taumoko tattoos. Maui is found and saved by his uncle Ranga, arrayed as a traditional Maori elder. Ranga inducts Maui as a boy into Maori culture, teaching him how to relate to nature, spiritual forces, how to perform as a member of Maori society. Even one of Maui's trademarks, magic powers, shapeshifting, is brought back into service for the community when his cooing as a pigeon transforms into a work song that unites the men in their collaborative effort. The pas, or communities, are linked with arrays of triangles to depict the closeness of the community, and they're drawn in traditional colors of black, red, and white, which symbolize potential, becoming, and full being. There's a whole philosophy worked in there. This narrative, koru, unfolds in growth and progress, with Maui gaining power before curling back to his home pa. As a young man, Maui desires to reconnect with his mother and birth family. He heroically journeys to her community. Still a trickster, he slips back into the family lineup. But after declaring his identity, it is Maui's own narrative that reconnects him to his mother. There's a moment of mutual recognition and a joyful, tearful reunion sealed with a hongi. That's the down here, right? The nose-to-nose mingling of breath. Maui reconnects with both his mother and their community. The tale now is a visual artistic performance. It spirals out from Maui's mother, flowing with the ocean waves, gains power at the periphery with his uncle, and then spirals back to his home, which becomes his base for further adventures, a narrative koru. So since this is now in this form, I was able to share it during the COVID crisis with my students in the US. And rather than relying on a story told by an outsider who had diminished it and dehumanized it really, they get a much richer sense of what's going on. They have an encounter with spoken voice, traditional arts, visual arts, and the engaging narrative. This multimodal presentation amplifies the meaning. It's an enriched text and art form, and I would argue a new art form. The interweaving of text and of visuals creates a new kind of experience. When I say new, it's new because of the digital technology and the form it takes. It's actually fulfilling a dream of ancient India, of classical Sanskrit, the dream of a total performance. So for example, the plays in classical India are called Drishya Kavya, visual literature, poems that are to be seen. They combine actors, dancers, music, mime, dialogue, and poems. And we're now returning to that kind of idea in these new digital forms. It's a new kind of experience. Like raw, phenomenal experience, several modes of information are drawn together to create a coherent experience in the brain. They function similarly to what C.S. Peirce called interpretance, a sign that is developed by another sign so it becomes more meaningful. Now, Peirce, being in the hard sciences and a mathematician, talked about dynamic objects, and he tended to have a more schematic view of what was going on. I approach more from phenomenology and therefore talk about dynamic events. Human experience is complex, and the events we go through call for interpretation and expression, and those are an interweaved brand. And what you have in this new integrated performance is a kind of artistic interpretant, right? It's integrating all these different forms and creating a new virtual experience. That virtual experience helps us to overcome the distance in time and space, distance culturally. We join together and collaborate in speaking and listening, in trying to understand. And another benefit is that as a digital form, it can be stored so that we can experience it later, just like you're going to experience this talk hours later after I've given it. So it's a new time, right? Sharing arts and narratives for cross-cultural understanding. Text, visuals, music, and other art forms are generating a virtual experience of unfolding process. The performance of culture, or rather culture as synchronized performance and mutual understanding. Thank you very much for listening and for allowing me to present to you. Sampai jumpa.
Thank you, Dr. Steve, for the presentation. So, if you are here, then would like to say hello to you.
Good to meet you. How
Thank
are you doing?
Yeah, we are fine, and it's a very interesting presentation you have about collaborative art and how, like, the use of many mediums could, like, provide us more experience in enjoying and also in learning about new art forms and also about new culture from different parts of the world. So I think one of the points in your presentation is about that the visual and auditory perception triggered at the centers of our mind. So therefore, this could be implemented in creating diverse medium of communication using various media. And the many version of the many version and medium in telling native stories could provide opportunity to collaborate and opens for further understanding and insight for the audience, especially from different cultural background. It is like providing a more complete experience through various senses. Like you can see the art, you can hear, and you can also see the performance. So it gives you more experience, more insights about the new the art from the art that we are enjoying. And I think the last one is this multimodal presentation could amplify the meaning that we can enrich a text and art form, and that could provide new experience for the audience. Thank you, Dr. Steve.
Thank you.
Interesting presentation. So I think we will have a question and answer session after the last speaker of this session. So,
yep.
So please don't go away. We will come back with you later after the session. Okay, thank you.
Saya mendengar.
And so we move to our third presenter for the first session. So we would like to have a presentation from Dr. Ono W. Purbo. Please have a seat and listen to the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ono Purbo. I will talk about online teaching and experience art and culture during coronavirus and beyond. Thank you very much, Bu Nuning and all the organizer of the art conference to allowing me to talk on this conference. To be honest, my background is not an artist. I am an engineer by training. So I will not talk about the art itself, but I will talk more on the platform or the technology that we can use for online teaching and experiencing art and culture during the social distancing because of the coronavirus. Okay. This paper can be downloaded from this website, onocenter.or.id. You can click publication here, and you can download the paper, the online teaching and experience art and culture during coronavirus from this website. Okay, so it's available online. I will talk about three major focus in this talk. First, from the user point of view, not from the artist, from the user. How can we visit museum, galleries all over the world from home? So from the user, as well as how can we listen or discuss with the actual artist online? Okay, so this is from the user point of view, and then I will talk about the post-pandemic teaching, how we can teach art using the online course platform or doing some hybrid activity between online and hybrid means with online and course and talking to the actual common people on the internet. So the formal course and the informal community environment. Okay, so the post-pandemic teaching, we will likely to see like that kind of hybrid between the formal and informal. Okay, and the last one is the technology. How can we embrace technology for virtual gallery exhibition and art experience? Okay, of course, the pandemic force us to do physical distancing. So physical distancing is a growing reality. We cannot escape from physical distancing. So sooner or later, we have to do many of these things online, basically. Okay. The important things. So in the past, we can enjoy bloom of art activities across all media, performance, visual art, movie, and so on. But now, we have different ways. We can do a cultural and artistic participant from our couch while sheltering in place. Okay, so in experiencing art and culture, we can visit galleries or museum all over the world from home. We can become virtual globetrotters to see exhibit, art, and learning materials over 1,200 museum worldwide with Google Art and Culture. This is the important one. Of course, there are other examples, but this is so big. So Google Art and Culture is so big. We can see their website. This is their website, Google Art and Culture. You can zoom many things here. You can download even from Google Play and App Store. Okay, you can look for games, places, museum, artwork. We can explore these things and many things here. You can zoom in to art project, art filter, and so on. Okay, now maybe we are more interested in enjoying something nearby to us. So there is a nearby menu here in artandculture.google.com. I will click nearby. So this is nearby of my place. Okay. So this is in Jakarta. You can see in North Jakarta we have some several arts or galleries in Central Jakarta, Tangerang, and so on. I will go to the Indonesian National Museum. Okay, we can click here. We can view in Google and Art and Culture. This is how it's look like. But the important menu is this one. The small yellow guy here. Wow, this is another art is passing me. Sorry, I need to pause. Okay, sorry for the background music. This is the local art musician. They are passing my presentation. So you are interested in the little yellow guy over here. We can click this so we can view the actual art in the actual environment. We can click one of them and then we can move forward and see how the exhibition looks like in the museum. This is 3D. We can do some virtual tour here. Okay, so this is the example of Google Art and Culture platform here. Of course, we need to coordinate with Google if we want our gallery goes into their maps and do some virtual exhibition like this. Okay. I don't know how much we have to pay. I think some of them are actually free. Okay. Now, in addition to the in addition to the virtual visit to museum and galleries, social distancing is actually allow us to interact with the art school, see their digital thesis, follow art school social media account, and also the interesting thing is we can hearing podcasts, especially for artists, or YouTube broadcast. Some of the current favorite is the Math Curator, Kimberly Drew, about art and radical accessibility, for example. Okay, let's see. This is the search result for podcast curator, Kimberly Drew. You can click here in Podcast Apple, and then we can play and hear what she's saying.
Internship at the Studio Museum in Harlem. One on 8.
Okay, I stop. You can always hear it if you like. Okay, on YouTube you can see same thing here. You can find a lot of her lecture here. This is one of her lecture. This is in January 9, 2020 on YouTube. And
Excuse me, at Creative Time.
You can listen on her lecture. Okay, so you can interact basically with many artists, with many curators on art all over the world, on podcasts, on YouTube, and everything. Okay, so that's from the user point of view. From the school point of view, Of course, in normal school point of view, we can use the massive online, open online course. Okay, massive open online course is quite normal for many schools now. We use Moodle mostly for this kind of thing. I'm sure at the art school at ITB they have Moodle also running for their courses. For other school, it's very easy to install actually. But if you don't have the capacity to install one, you are welcome to use my not massive we have a free e-learning platform at lms.onocenter.or.id/Moodle. You are welcome to use it. We have 40,000 students in this platform right now. We have 700 courses for free. Okay, so you are welcome to use this thing. But in reality, the teaching process is actually blending, merging between the formal course and informal interaction with the community outside the school environment. Okay, so the blending process can be as to get creative and build community. For example, one of the examples this is art archive challenge. You can see the art archive challenge in Instagram, or they have their own website actually. Show you a little bit what this is their website. You can search on Google and you will find the artworkarchive.com. This is their website. This basically interaction between the real art professionals and the art enthusiasm. They can share work and so on, and they have competition. They have contests on Instagram, okay, on art. Okay, this is some of the results. You can check on Instagram. This is the Instagram on Artwork Archive. This is the artwork they have put. This is put by many people, okay, on Instagram. Of course, in addition to get creative and build community, some galleries, some museum actually set up a hashtag. For example, this is Museum Moment of Zen hashtag. Firstly posted by Museum of City of New York, and is now used by many museums to attract people or to tell people about their collection. You can check on Twitter, on Instagram, and so on. So this is, I checked the hashtag Museum Moment of Zen on Twitter, and this is some of the museums actually posting. This is only 6 hours ago in the Wende Museum. Okay, this is some of the. This is High Museum of Art. This is Jetty Museum. This is Westfield History Museum. So many museums. So they are putting their collection, sample of their collection on Twitter, on Instagram. That way people knows what's inside the museum. So this is how the communication built between the museum and the community or the artist himself. Sorry. Okay. Of course, you can use other keyword for finding art. For example, I use modern art keyword on Twitter. You can find a lot of things on modern art, which is quite amazing. Okay, so that's how we interact. Okay, now let's go to the more practical tools. You have several options for practical tools. There are two people I like to mention here. That is Rega Octaviana. Rega Octavian Rega@gmail.com. He is a graduate student in art department at ITB. In his pastime, he actually built the Cube virtual space. Okay, this is how it's look like, the Cube virtual space. I have to go to my my folder. Okay, FSRD. Here. This is his video on the Cube virtual space. So people can go inside the virtual space, exhibition space basically. An artist can put their exhibition, their results, their product, their artwork in this space, and we can look, we can enjoy their product, their artwork from here. Okay. Interestingly, this is made by an art student, so anyone can build these things actually. Okay. The second one is Muhammad Ari Kurniawan. His background is game programming. He's my son's friend, and he actually built this one. Okay, he actually worked for a real estate company for exhibiting their houses. So, no, no voice, no audio. So we can go here and go here. And we can actually go inside the house. Let me go inside the house, enter the house here. So we can, so it's very similar to art gallery, but this is for houses. But you can put a lot of details here. You can build, what's that? This is only television, but actually you can put any artwork here, put it in close up, in details, so people can enjoy how it looks like. Okay, this is made by Indonesians, Ari Kurniawan. Okay, now the other tool we are, I have to stop this one. Okay, the other tools you can view in the paper. There are quite a lot of tools we can use. Some of them actually free and open source. Space 3D. For example, this is open space 3D. We have option to download the software for free. Okay, so you can download the open space 3D for free. The problem is you need to have some programming, sort of programming ability to use these things. Okay, the other one is also open source. This one, so there are two open source application. This is Marzipano, 360 media viewer for modern web. It's free. You can download on GitHub. This is some of the demo. So you can enter here, for example. So you can look around. There is a pointer here. So you can enter the exhibition, you can look around here, and you can enter another exhibition, you can look around here, enter another exhibition, to look around. So basically, it's available, the source code, and you need to put up the picture, the graphics, and so on. Okay. The other one is, the rest is mainly, they call it free, but they are looking, you have to pay later, sooner or later you need to pay. Otherwise, for example, if we want to have more feature, we want to be more attractive and so on, we need to pay. So there is pricing. This is Lapentor. Okay, this one interesting, make VT. We can create virtual tour here. Oops, okay, virtual tour like here, like this, too fast. Okay, like this. Okay, this is make VT. This one is Vitility. Okay, same thing. We need to, the artists need to upload the pictures mostly. After pictures, upload some storytelling and so on. So we can do the same thing for real estate on Vitility. Okay. So we can do virtual tour Vitility. So a lot of things here. This is art steps. Several Indonesian has used this one, art steps. You can do a lot of interesting thing here. So also in California and so on. So that's the platform. the artists need to upload mostly the storytelling, the picture and so on. But if you like to make the actual art on the computer 3D, there are several tools. These two are I have found two tools from Google. Tilt Brush. Basically, you can make 3D brush, 3D pictures on your computer. Okay, the name of the application is tiltbrush.com, and the other one is the poly.google.com, is for exploring 3D world. So we can build a 3D world and we can explore it. For example, this one. So we can build our own 3D world and we can explore, and then people can see the actual product in 3D. So this is not taking pictures of the physical product. We actually creating the product on computer, 3D product on computers. Okay, so that's some of the options we have for the end users, visiting galleries, for the technology and the teaching process. And I hope it can give some idea on online teaching and experiencing art and culture during coronavirus and beyond. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Ono, for the presentation. It's also interesting to have a perspective from the consumer. So this is from the art teacher. So from the presentation from Dr. Ono, point I could make a resume of. First, that pandemic opened the opportunity to visit various places and events that usually quite difficult to visit in person, right? In person, do virtual. Second, enabling virtual interaction with various art schools. The pandemic also enabled us to have a virtual interaction with various art schools, creators, artists, those various forms, podcast, YouTube, etc. And the third one is artists could also venture into these new platforms by going digitally, by doing online exhibition using various media to connect with the art collectors and also developers. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you? Very impressive. Thank you, Dr. Ono.
Sorry, your sound is, I don't know, there is a problem on my network, I guess. Okay. The sound is not smooth enough.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I think we now can continue to our question and answer session. So for those who has already provided questions, then we can start the discussion. So now we have three speakers. We have Dr. Kathryn, Dr. Steve, and also Dr. Ono. So I would like to begin the session with a question from Professor, Associate Professor Tarmizi. So Professor Tarmizi, could you open your mic and ask live to Dr. Kathryn, please?
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Professor Tarmizi. How are you?
Thank you for invite me to join this amazing conference. Actually, my question goes to, I think, for all of the panels, is about the role of the virtual exhibition in the COVID-19 era. Because of the COVID-19 effect, everything has gone digital, including the virtual art exhibition that has emerging and trending in the field of art. But the issue is is there any needs to create standard rule that must be followed by who want to organize the virtual exhibition, so that it does not become a mess in the art discipline? Thank you very much.
Professor Tarmizi, is the question for all the three presenters or
Yeah.
specific? Okay, so please, Dr. Kathryn, Dr. Steve, and Dr. Ono to have a discussion about this question. Thank you. Who would like to go first?
I can.
Okay.
I love that. I love that question. So I think, I come from curatorial studies as well. And if I think about my own curatorial research inside my master's, there was very little conversation around what digital environments look like. Part of my shift into art education includes that digital for a really important reason. We are working in a fractured art community where we have post-internet artists without art training. We have post-digital artists with and without art training. And then we have some artists who are working in very specific site-based practices physical site-based practices that can open their audiences through virtual and digital exhibition spaces. But it does mean that just like in art education, where there's been a catalyst or shift into digital, we also need to do that in curatorial practice. We need to think about what the opportunities are for audience growth and development. We need to think beyond the physical white walls of galleries out into what digital collaborative connective opportunities are. And that is a shift from digital to post-digital that I referred to in my presentation. And I think it's a really important one that we all must make together. If we understand that art is an ecology, that artists, art worlds, art students, art practitioners, writers, etc., all exist in response and relation to each other, our gallery spaces have got to shift, and very quickly. What we saw in Australia during COVID, particularly in Melbourne, has been a rapid shift into digital exhibition. But the mistake they made was that they went out and got the digital artists, rather than actually talking to the artists who are working in more traditional studio-based practices and asking them to digitize their work ready for exhibition. And that just shows that there's a misunderstanding, and that most of the art world is actually still pre-digital. It's reliant on big, heavy cultural sector that engages with a physical audience and gets its funding from physical spectators and audiences, rather than thinking more broadly about a global art community and developing global opportunities rather than physical walk through the door ticket sales. It'll actually democratize the sector if we do it well.
Okay, thank you. From Dr. Kathryn, now can we move to Dr. Steve?
Not my field. So I have no relevant expertise. However, a friend of mine, a colleague, is in digital humanities, and she arranged an exhibit on utopias, and it was mixed media. They did exactly what Kathryn was talking about, digitizing different forms, the drawings, the artworks, and the letters. And they did it with a team approach. So they had several graduate students as well as faculty from the library who got together, and they all created this wonderful exhibit that was partially digital. This was pre-COVID, so it was also partially in person. Right now, the digital form is accessible in continuity, and there are songs, there are the journals and so forth. So they're digitizing different forms of media. And that's the extent of my influence, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. Now, please, Dr. Ono, to answer the question from Professor Tarmizi.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I cannot put up my virtual background because otherwise it will mess my face.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I'm not an artist. My background is engineer. I am helping building the internet in Indonesia. So the mindset in the engineering from the internet or engineering point of view is very simple. We normally like to get consensus on things. So if I map this thing into the art world, what we are thinking is very simple. If you do a good work, then we acknowledge, we make consensus, this is a good ones. If that's okay, we can adopt that kind of thing. On the many platforms on the internet, like YouTube or media social, they have a capacity to flag a product or posting. If this is very, very bad, we can put flag in these things. So this will turn down an art product. If it is not a good one, they will turn down a product from the platform. So it's very brutal, it's very cruel, but that's the reality on the internet. On the other hand, as Dr. Kathryn said, it's very interesting. On the internet is not a one-way communication platform. Like if we have an exhibition, it's basically one way from the artist to the community. Internet is two-way communication platform, and Dr. Kathryn already mentioned several times. This is a feedback loop between the community and the artist. So if we can use the internet, I would strongly suggest to maximize the feedback communication door or road between the community and the artist. That will create a much better product later. So sometimes we see things, we normally digitizing things and put it on the internet, but internet have the other option to make feedback loop, communication between the community and the artist itself. We need to maximize those things. Otherwise, internet is only one way road. We need to make it into two ways, and we can maximize things. And the process for acknowledgement is much greater because distance is no longer it's exists, but we can reduce the distance by the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ono, for the answer. Okay, now we move to another question. This came from one of the audience for Dr. Coleman. The question is: do we in the same platform, example art for the well-being? Okay, I hope you get the questions, Dr. Coleman.
Okay, I'm unmute now. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Can you ask me that question again? Sorry, it was about platforms and well-being. Is that right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's about the platform. Like maybe what you did in the art is also the same if we do it for the well-being.
Yeah. So I think that well-being and belonging are two of the most important components of a digital environment. Digital environments enable us to connect to each other in ways that we might not physically be able to connect to each other more traditionally. So it's not about globalization. You can connect locally, and if we think about what the internet was for, and if we try and harness that we have an opportunity to think about how we can engage with people through ensuring that we have equity around distribution of knowledge, equity around distribution of wealth. Those equities actually come about by a respectful, trustful relationships. And those relationships can be built online. We don't need to build relationships in physical spaces. We can use the mediators, and there's lots of different ways of using the internet and different digital and virtual environments as a mediator, something that sits between. So just like when we go out to dinner and there's a table and the physical site that's between us, if we start to think about what the internet and what digital environments serve as mediators, it allows us to rethink that. I think part of the problem we have is that we think that humans are different to non-human digital things. We think that humans are far more powerful than anything else, rather than thinking about the power of digital and virtual environments, the power of the internet, and actually maybe starting to flatten that a little bit. You know, not shifting the hierarchy, but flattening the hierarchy so that we can actually engage and use the mediation spaces to create meaningful relationships. That's what well-being is about. That's what our mental health is about. Meaningful relationships means that we connect, we collaborate. Somebody doesn't have power over or agency over us. One of the difficult things we need to teach in the digital space, though, is a literacy. The literacies and capabilities of understanding data trails are incredibly important. The kinds of data trails that we leave behind in digital spaces means that sometimes that mediator that we want to use as a place to gain power actually holds a lot of information about us. And we need to understand what data we leave behind in different forms of spaces that can harm our well-being. But it does mean that we need to be, you know, we need to hold as much information as we can about the spaces that we're working in, and then try and engage with them, build them as safe places.
Okay, thank you. Interesting discussions. And I think next for the question is question for Pak. So for Pak Ono, it's also quite interesting. So we begin with a question from Pak Ono. So this is about the colors. So we know that there are two types of color, RGB, red, green, and blue, and the pigment. We are now in the situation that pigment is disappeared. In Spain, we only know RGB colors. What will happen for the next generations? Are they live in the real world, or they think that they are whether the one color will dominate and the other will?
Wow. Oh, okay. I give up. I give up. Sorry. I give up. I am very much IT guy, so I give up. It's unfair. To be honest, if I answer, I will go to RGB, but I know I'm fair. Sorry. On this one, I give up.
No. How about if like now, like maybe in the future there will be like domination of like media from based on screen rather based on like printed media. Possibility of that.
Like what we are doing in IT world, we actually moving from screen into real world. Actually, if you understand 3D printing, we actually moving from screen to real world, and now we are moving to big 3D printing. Like we can print boat, car, machineries. So it goes both ways actually, from world into screen to 3D. So it works both ways.
Circular.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. And it's a big business now. 3D printing is a big business now because very easy for us to design anything. Like say we create a product, we just design it on screen and print it directly, and we have our own product that way. So the design, what you have in your faculty, design product department, yeah, should go to 3D printing because that's the way to go.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Paono. And next, the question from Adriyanto from Sriwijaya University to Dr. Coleman. Art and art education are frequently spoken as creative and important aspects of cultural thinking, values, and problem solvers in schools and society. So how to create and design a personalized learning space to practice art in this current virtual and digital learning pedagogy era due to the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, we have a lot of opportunities, I think. For me, I think that, and I said this earlier when we were talking about, why I seized this opportunity. I think that sometimes there are moments in life when you realize that there's a change. And that change I have felt, at least during this moment in time, that COVID is a catalyst to think differently about what the possibilities are for art, education, for culture, for people, for language. There's been a return in people, at least in my country, and I think in this part of the global South, a return to thinking about community, a return to thinking about family, and what's important in that space. I don't know whether that's the case in the global North. I think it's a little different, but in our part of the world, I think that we have come to also understand our politics slightly differently through COVID. We've watched some of the very big issues politically and health-wise in the global North. And so art education then is positioned to rethink what we can do, the role that we play in supporting young people to understand who they are, in providing a platform to present who you are, to understand who you are. Art is made by us. It's our first language that we ever use before we even learn to speak the languages of the countries that we live in, the languages of our culture. And so dancing and drawing and performing, we need to understand as an embodiment. And if we can use those embodied practices to empower us as individuals, then that's what our job is for. And I think that this is the moment to seize that change and to realize that, that instead of arguing over things, which often happens in the art world, we argue over, who gets what and who has more grant money, and to actually create some connections with each other and rethink some opportunities into the future. What do we want our future to be? And who are those futures determined by? I think it's the artists that we need to ask the questions of. We need to be talking to the artists, and those artists need to be working in consultation then with others. What do the integrations between art and engineering hold? What do our what does removing the binary of art being somehow othered or less than or less important, how can we actually change that conversation and make sure that art is always central? When I go to school, I learn about art, and I don't learn about art from other places. I learn about art from where I'm from first. I don't when I'm living in Melbourne learn about art from Germany until I've learned about the art of Australia, and I've learned about the art of my Indigenous First Nation peoples. And then I start to engage in a broader conversation. They're the changes that I think that we need to see. And that is a pedagogical knowledge change. That means that instead of looking to others, we look to ourselves to understand things. And we're in a really great place to do that because the world has shrunk during COVID. We're kind of located in our spaces. We can't travel. And so it's a good time to look inwards and realize what it is that we have in our own space.
Okay, thank you. So for next, we have a comment from Dr. Steve came from GJ. So GJ mentioned that seeing the Maori video, it can be guided as that every man should know for of his brother in Sundanese: water, air, earth, and fire. But his girlfriend already exists because we cannot see students working to produce it. Okay, this only some from Dr. Steve. And I think now we came to the last questions for this section. It came from Ibu Asri, Dekan from University of Indonesia. I want to ask to all of the honored speakers, I am from public health background. All of the presentation are wonderful. I am wondering how would art and technology would be used to make messages that would make people and children more internalized and comply to the health protocols during this COVID-19 pandemic era. So it's quite difficult, but yeah, it's real questions because we know we have to teach our children to behave properly during this pandemic. Okay, so maybe who wants to go first?
I'll go ahead and go first on that.
I sent a link because she typed it in the chat. There's a good article from last year from the Journal of Neuroscience about the storytelling brain. And it doesn't apply just to stories, but to the arts in general, that they're becoming more aware and more able to measure the impact of different art forms. And when there are things that are vivid and dynamic, it engages the attention. I mentioned Stanislas Dehaene and what he studied about the consciousness. So getting the attention, first of all, and then putting it in a way that is, well, in the case of COVID, you don't want something that's too frightening, and you don't want something that is too light. So finding that sweet Goldilocks zone in the middle and combining dynamic visuals along with the storytelling is going to trigger several centers in the brain at once, and that's going to make it more effective and make it last longer. And you want both of them. You'd have to find a different form for children and for adults, of course.
Okay, thank you. And maybe Dr. Kathryn or Dr. Ono would like to answer.
Dr. Kathryn is on mute again.
Mute. Okay. I think I'm on mute. Okay. I've been involved in the community basically in Indonesia, and also I'm still jury on Satu Indonesia Award, and the idea is very simple. We need, like Dr. Steve mentioned, it's about storytelling. So what we actually doing, we need to grab the story from people among us and tell how things during COVID, how to survive during COVID, how to do things during COVID. Okay, in the Satu Indonesia Award, this year we provide 5 awards for COVID hero, and their story is amazing. One is ambulance driver, and she is the only ambulance driver in Indonesia right now, and she got this kind of award, and her story is very touching. And if you hear her story, then you will understand why you need to follow the protocol. And the other awardee is the story about how to survive during the COVID, how to do work from home, how to study from home. If you hear their story, there's also amazing. One of the story I received is from Bandung. The restaurant called Restu Mande. Restu Mande is Padang restaurant. During the first month of COVID, they goes to bankrupt, nearly bankrupt basically. They cannot get money, and how to survive is they move online, and in 1 month they make the same money as 1 year in conventional restaurant. So this kind of very interesting story, it can be relayed from one person to another person, and internet can be used for that. That's about the story. The other thing we can use is the two-way communication, either to WhatsApp group or any group. This kind of things can be used to convey this kind of story, hoping heard this story people they can then follow the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting.
I love that. Yeah. And if you use the internet, that means the kids can actually design the advertisements. The kids can tell the stories. The kids can draw the pictures. You know, I think a participatory arts methodology is really important. Arts methodologies, ensure that our pedagogies make change. So a participatory methodology means that artists go into schools, artists go to communities, and if that's via digital, then they create the advertisements. What does it look like when a kid makes a great little film about washing my hands, and that's the film the community sees? that makes art important, but it also says that children's knowledge is really important in understanding how I'm going to survive a pandemic, rather than somebody that's really distant from me and doesn't mean anything to me. And the way that kids speak and tell stories is the way that they listen to each other. I think this is why art is so important. Participatory methods that we use as collaborators, as artists, we also use as researchers. And so instead of looking outside, we just need to look to the way the artists work. Artists go and they find the right person to communicate. And then that communication is the message. It's really important to do that kind of work. Ask a 7-year-old what it means to survive a pandemic, and they'll draw it for you, and there's your advertisement already made for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the interesting answers from the three speakers for this session. So I think that's all marked the end of the first session. But before we close the session, I would like to make a resume of the first session of the Artesh, the plenary session of Artesh 2020. First is that the pandemic actually provide a new method in art interaction, collaboration, and experience. So we could explore the opportunity and potential of digital platform. They are also open for interaction between digital and also analog activities, such as the activities done by Dr. Kathryn. The second one is the diverse media and recipient senses could enrich and can be used to explore and understanding art forms. And I think the last one is that the condition could provide a fresh challenge to venture into new territory through our creativity to find new potential and possibility, especially in the fields of arts. Again, thank you for Dr. Kathryn, for Dr. Steve, and also Dr. Ono for the interesting presentation today. And we hope that we can explore a new frontier by learning from these seminars. And again, thank you, and also for the audience, thank you for following us until the end. So I will give back the microphone to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, for the wonderful presentation and moderation. So actually, I believe we can benefit immediately from the discussion, because we can see that there are a lot of inspiring stories regarding the art and COVID-19. Okay, so thank you very much. So now we come to the end to the first plenary session. And then the second plenary session will start promptly after 60-minute breaks. And all participants and attendees are expected to stay in the room during the break. We will begin the second plenary session at 1:20 p.m. So for your information, there will be 3 speakers presenting the second plenary session. So the first is Professor Gunnar Spellmeyer from University of Applied Sciences and Arts, Hanover, Germany. Second is Mr. Aaron Sido, Ph.D., the chairman of Museum of Modern Contemporary Art in Nusantara, Museum Macan. And then the third, Dr. Ernat Rerum Naturalium Sparisoma Viridi from Bandung Institute of Technology. So you may also access the abstract book and other materials on bit.ly/abstract_SA2020. So see you soon in 60 minutes. Thank you very much for the first plenary session. See you. Excellencies, participants, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue to our second agenda of the event, the second plenary session of Artesh 2020. This afternoon, we are indeed honored and privileged to have with us 3 great speakers who will share with us their views and experiences on art for technology, science, and humanities. I shall introduce them to you all. The first one, Professor Gunnar Spellmeyer from University of Applied Sciences and Arts, Hanover, Germany. Mr. Aaron Sito, Ph.D., the chairman of Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Nusantara, Museum Macan. The third, Dr. Ernat Rerum Naturalium Sparisoma Viridi from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. During this second plenary session, the speakers will be moderated by Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D. Let me give you a brief introduction of our moderator. Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D. is a lecturer and researcher in Faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology. His research focuses on visual language, animation, and literacy. He finished his undergraduate study in Bandung Institute of Technology and got the Ph.D. of Philosophy in Chiba University, Japan. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, Ph.D.
Thank you for the opportunity, and we meet again for this second session. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and also distinguished speakers for this second session. And welcome back to this the second Artesh 2020 Challenges of Art in Practice and Education in Virtual Space Discourse, Reflection, Interaction, and Projection. And similar as the first session, and for this second session, we also have three presenters from different background and professions. So the presenters are Professor Dr. Gunnar Spellmeyer from University of Applied Sciences and Arts, Hanover, Germany. Aaron Seto, Ph.D. from Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Nusantara, or Museum Macan. And finally, we have Dr. Rare Nat Sparisoma Firidi from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. And similar for the first session. So for those audience who have questions for each of the speakers or particular speakers, or for the three of them, please feel free to drop your questions to the chat session on the Zoom meeting platform. Okay, without no further delay, so let's begin the second session of Artesh 2020 with the presentation from Professor Dr. Gunnar Spellmeyer. And for Professor Spellmeyer, the stage is yours.
Hello, this is Gunnar Spellmeyer talking to you. I'm a professor for industrial design at the University of Applied Sciences and Arts in Hanover. I'm teaching in the bachelor and master courses, and I am the initiator and the academic head of Nexter. Nexter is the entrepreneurship center of the university, and with this range of responsibilities and activities, I am of course very interested in the future. So I am delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you at Artesh conference in this very special year. And let me just underline, everything I'm saying is a contribution from my Western point of view. And you are asked to switch these insights, my ideas, into your region, your culture, your situations, and your future you are facing. Regarding the title of my speech, Future Skills, Abilities, or Competences, I was wondering, in Germany we are dividing the term of competence in two parts. In Germany we say a part is Fertigkeiten and the other part is Fähigkeiten. I tried to translate it, but the mother language English guys I knew, they said, we don't have this strict division, and it depends on the context we are using it. So if I want to talk to you about Fertigkeiten and Fähigkeiten, it means I have to make a decision, and I will use abilities for Fertigkeiten. Fertigkeiten, abilities, in my German understanding, means this is a learned part of behavior. It means your ability to write, to read, to paint. It's a task-related individual activity. It's trained and has automated sequences on the sensomotoric level. And the other thing, Fähigkeiten, the skills, are psychological processes controlling the execution of activities, of abilities. These are analyzing and synthesizing processes which are not observable and can only be developed. additionally, I was wondering how to prepare teachers, students, and creatives for the future. And where are the necessities to solve the challenges? And which challenge, right? So we are facing a lot of challenges and stuck in the middle of a pandemic catastrophe. This is happening while we are facing challenges in democratic societies and having dramatic climate change made by mankind in front of us. The solution will not be only to reduce and to recycle, not only. And waiver or reduction consume isn't attractive. So in my opinion, reuse, reduce and recycle is necessary, but not the only situation regarding the climate change. The solution, in my opinion, will be technology, the kairos, the fruitful moment, and closeness, standing close together in our societies, being connected as humans. And Andreas Schleicher reports from a meeting of international educators who are in charge. He said, everybody realizes that the skills that are easiest to teach and easiest to test are now also the skills that are easiest to automate, to digitize and outsource. Of ever-growing importance, but so much harder to develop, are ways of thinking, creativity, critical thinking, problem-solving, decision-making and learning. Ways of working, including communication, collaboration, and tools for working, including information and communication technologies. So, times are changing. What about abilities? What about skills? There are some abilities easy to automate. And regarding the future of work and societies, we have to understand what happens to innovations, what happens outside. And often, new technologies are often overestimated, and in the beginning, they are overestimated and underestimated in the long run. And the Gartner hype cycle is visualizing what happens with an innovation. And there is an innovation trigger, there is a peak of inflated expectations, and there is a kind of valley of disillusionment. And when you understand in this valley, when you are maybe a startup with a new technology, when you understand the obstacles, when you adapt to the situation and learn of your failures, you will go for the plateau of productivity. And this maybe take years or decades. And Corona seems to me to make this compress. It's a very compressed time. It is fast and everything. And a pretty good visualization about the way of innovation into the markets is the technology adoption life cycle. I guess you know it, and you know there are innovators and there are early adapters and early majority, but between the adapters and the majority there is a chasm, and Gladwell said we need the tipping point. There must be something to make an innovation stepping into the bigger market. Otherwise, it would go down and never come up. And for me, this is the kairos. The tipping point is, for me, the fruitful moment that something will go into the true reality. And when I said Corona is compressing these times, I feel like the early majority is suddenly the unexpected early adapter part. So people suddenly maybe feel like innovators because of Corona. Suddenly they feel they are doing something brand new, sitting on a camera, in front of the camera, talking to colleagues. But why haven't they done it years before? The technology has been there. Google Hangouts, Google Meets, Skype. Was it the bad experience? We could have saved a lot of travel times using this, but we haven't used it. Now we are using it. Now I'm talking on a conference in Indonesia. Of course, it would be pretty good to be there, to be around you, to have a talk to you, a discussion to you later on with a nice cup of tea. And it's even cold in Germany, actually. But what happens with all these jobs and activities? Routine activities with low qualifications are exposed to a high risk of automation. And it will affect people with lower incomes considerably. So we have to take care for them. We have to educate them. We have to empower them to be prepared for the future. They want to have a future. And we have to empower them to avoid that they are having cruel ideas about what actually happens, about where is Corona come from. It's made by Bill Gates. So strange argumentations, strange ideas are already on the market. They wouldn't be on the market, I guess, if we could deliver feeling safety, spending trust, maybe to the government, maybe to the decision makers, and trust are your own competences and your own skills. So we should educate them. And we are often, long time before Corona, we were talking about transformation. And I realized people felt insecure about this term transformation. We have to transform from A to B, but what is B like? I prefer to be in A. Let's stay in A. It's so cozy, it is so convenient. I know where is everything. I don't know where to go and how to. So most of the people feel unsettled about that. And they feel the change is a have to. They must change. But they don't want to. And where to? We have to accept that transformation is a phase, a period of changing, a time of a space of an in-between. Creative people knows this phase in their creative processes. There's always a time of nothing, of feeling unsettled, of feeling insecure, where to go. We are used to it, but they are not used to it. We have to train it. And the challenge is how to change the have to into a want to. Even in times of Corona, when there is an existential crisis, we have turned the fear to change into a lustful change. I know it's pretty hard. There is a professor in the middle of the 50s, feeling safe, and he is talking about just switch the crisis into a chance. Yeah, but you can believe me, I know phases of feeling insecure. When I set up my own design office, I was struggling a lot. And I am already frightened in these times about all the things are happening. Where is the future going to? What will happen? Will our democratic societies stand for a good future or not? What has happened there? I am frightened as well, but what I have is the ability to adapt, to say, okay, that's it with this dangerous situation. Where is the aspect of chance? And then we are good when we are as an educator. We empower the people in the next generation to give back the lust to change and the lust to design the future. And today, innovations are developed by human-centered design strategies, such as design thinking, for example. And we are giving back the people the agility and the lust to change to employers in these special programs. The future will offer a democratized manufacturing through 3D printers, for example. Design thinking is giving them also back the power to create something. we are facing a batch size 1 reality. We don't have to invest at first in thousands of produced products. We can start with a 1 product reality. There's a big chance for us to innovate with a lower risk. We will see embedded meta products with a total package of services and products. The consumer will be a prosumer, the integration of business players from outside the industry, and all this puts the consumer at the center. And it means value creation potentials arises at the boundaries of traditional industry and deadlocked market practices. Imagine what this means. And it means a huge and strong development of the flexibilization of work and life. It will accelerate. And I'm not going to talk about every point listed here on this black chart, but what does it mean? Increased productivity by digitalization, complex value creation, creating values in the industry with participants from other branches means you have a net of business partners. And you have to be a good partner. And you have to be in a good relation to create values. And if not, you are not part of this network. And maybe you are not able to create value. And what does it mean as a father in your family, maybe when you have to handle questions by your business partner and the questions by your young daughter?
Ich habe leider nichts zu deiner Suche gefunden.
Oh, sorry, Siri asked me something. That is one aspect of the flexible work. So, volatile demand with a high pressure to adapt. 1 day delivery, 1 day production. What does it mean? Less and less people will work in the industry. They will work in the social area, in social professionals, in health systems. Flexible work processes and relationships. I was already talking about this. Employees will have a say over their working hours, at what time they will work on it, and their working places. Months before, we couldn't imagine that we will stay at home and work in a kind of home office. Suddenly in Germany, and now it's nearly allowed for everybody. We will have a continuous reassurance of one's own possibilities and interests. What does it mean for us as an employee in the future? What does it mean for our generations? They need to have a foresightly planned employment biography. The CVs will change. They will have phases in their life when they will be self-employed. They have to take care for the next contract, for the next projects. They have to initiate something, what the world needs. And all this in a network of partners. What does this mean? And a German foundation called Stifterverband made a study about the future skills. And they said it's like a pyramid. On the top there are some rare technology specialists. But the basic is digital key qualifications and non-digital key qualifications. If you take a minute and think about digital key qualifications, it is quite easy to list them. You will be right, I promise. But I was more interested in the non-digital key qualifications. And they said, it's 5 skills are problem solving, creativity, an entrepreneurial mindset and self-initiative. It is adaptability and it is persistence. But problem solving, creativity sounds familiar. Aren't we, as the creative professionals, used to it? Are we not self-initiating something? we are professionals of these skills, obviously. So I was wondering, how could we teach it better than we are maybe already doing it? How could we empower the next generations, and what will be the role of creatives regarding these future skills? And you might maybe be skeptic or critical about these skills. If you have a look to the World Economic Forum, the top 10 skills, you will find these skills already in their top 10 for this year. And compare it to other studies, it is similar. It is similar, and I am totally convinced they are right. And I'm convinced because there is a new international standard by the International Standard Organization regarding innovation management. And the innovation management standard is saying in 7 dimensions, you have to work like a design thinker and work on the topic of lean startup and be agile. So this means for me, when I would translate it into skills, these skills are necessary. And it's important to take care for them and to develop them. Since 7 years, I am working together with the EC in Yogyakarta, and I'm very happy about this collaboration because we are able to test, and we are not praying from a stage to them. We are in the middle of the students in a transcultural project with German and Indonesian students. And what we are doing there, I would call it affinity spaces. The term affinity spaces is developed by JPG. He was observing the younger generation and he said how they learn the lyrics of the favorite songs, they learn the connection between some music stars, but they can't learn maybe the vocabulary of another language. Why? And he is saying we need affinity spaces. In these spaces, the people, the students, the pupil are learning in a good way, but these affinity spaces are informal. I suppose we should develop a formal affinity space. We have to jump into the middle of the learning group and be there. And regarding the Viktor Frankl's basic motivation for human beings, Frankl was an Austrian psychologician. He said, people want to feel safe. They want to be in a good relationship. They want to be in a good relation with others and with the world. And they want to feel respected and recognized. And they want to feel fulfilled. In view of the contemporary and future orientation of studies and the development of the above-mentioned skills, these basic motivations mean a safe and learning environment full of trust, a devotion of what is valuable to oneself and to others as actors in these team processes, appropriate praise and challenges, clear objectives, a practice-oriented approach, and in the learning context, an explanation of the learning objectives. This is the character of an affinity space. And the character of an affinity space is a collaboration on a kind of informal level. Yeah, of course, this maybe sounds paradox, but we should go for it. And we should go for a flat hierarchy in learning systems. Sometimes they call it flat learning. It means on an eye-to-eye level between students and teachers. And this demands by the teacher an inner sovereignty and an attitude, not a status, not a pure status. And it's then we have a participatory culture of innovation, a sustainable learning environment. And the learning opportunities are driven by common efforts. And this is then, at the end, an exploratory, experimental approach versus a formal education system. And with this affinity spaces, we would go for the future skills. We would take care for them. interactivity is, regarding Jenkins, a characteristic of technology, while participation is a characteristic of the future, and we have of the culture. And we have to go for this culture with affinity spaces. And an additional role for creative professionals I see. It's not only the ability to design a product or a brochure, a poster, or a stage design. It's not only this. There is a new role, and I think it's our responsibility as a creative to empower people's future skills. They are not keen to think creative. They are not used to think problem-orientated and understand the problem. They are not educated to develop their own self-initiative skills. They are not used to do it. We have to take care for it. We have to empower them. And this is the most time my business actually, when I'm working outside the universities, I empower people. And this picture is showing employees of a big insurance company. For an employee in this company, everything is fine. Everything is solved. Everything is working. But some feel in 10 years the world has changed. And the world of insurances has changed. And we have to do something. We have to understand the change. And we have to have the skill to change and to design the future. So I was working with colleagues on a format to empower them. I love this picture because it's a hybrid event. Some were working in presence, some were working on a camera. They are playing, they have fun, and they are serious working on future, on innovation, and on their ideas. They are not only having fun, they also cry because sometimes they feel how hard it is to go for an innovation, how discuss, how to realize the idea was wrong and to start new. We are going with them through these processes, and at the end they have the chance to work on their ideas, bring it into a reality. The company is comparing them and supporting them. A great job, and the company is getting, for this lab we are initiating there, they got an award, the Innovation Award of the German insurance branch, and this gives more energy to go on with this, to make more experiences with this, and that makes me feel we are right, empowering them and setting up affinity spaces. So my time is gone. Thank you very much for your patience, and terima kasih. If you would like to add some questions to go into a discussion with me, follow me on social media or write an email. I will answer you, and thanks again for the opportunity to talk to you. Have a good conference and goodbye.
Thank you, Professor Gunnar. How are you? So is it like still in the morning in Germany?
Yes, it's quite early.
What time is
it? The daughters are already going to school now, and we have had breakfast. And it's cold, very cold.
Okay. So it's very happy. We are very happy to have you at this conference. So it's nice to meet you, and also interesting talks about the future. Yeah, because we have to see for the future about this condition and how we can overcome about this condition. Thank you.
Yeah, it was an honor. Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make a recap for Professor Gunnar's presentation. So I think we need the competencies to face the 21st century. I think other than technology, we also need the ability to transform and to adapt. And for that, we can also make the exercise through participatory cultures and also affinity spaces. And I think it's also the duty of the professional creatives to make use of such affinity spaces, and also make the world as creative mediators. Okay, I think we will continue to the second presenters, the second session. So we will have Mr. Aaron Seto to talk about the role of the condition about the museum, and also how to have the how the museum will adapt with the pandemic condition, and also for the futures. Okay, for Mr. Aaron Seto, time is yours.
Hello there. My name is Aaron Seto. I am the Director of Museum Macan in Jakarta. Before we begin, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Artesh 2020 for the invitation to present today. And I hope that this small presentation will help us to open up some important conversations and around issues which are facing museums here in Indonesia and also around the world. As we approach the anniversary of the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, we can better understand how our daily lives have changed and the many challenges we face as we adapt to a new normal lifestyle. In this short period of time, there has been an extraordinary upheaval of the regular processes and practices in museums. Everything from exhibitions, the delivery of art education, even the identification of audiences and constituencies has been disrupted. It is a landscape where physical engagement has been subsumed by ideas and experimentation with the digital. The full impact on museums and institutions is yet to be completely understood. In May 2020, UNESCO published a report called The Impact of Museums Around the World in the Face of COVID-19. Even at this early time in the life of the pandemic, the reality is stark. This report reveals the existential threat for museums around the world, while also revealing some of the immediate challenges that institutions face in the shift towards the digital. How institutions will experiment and adapt will be modulated by a range of socio-economic factors, such as how widespread and available technology is, and the literacy and proficiency of the community to harness technologies as they become available. While illustrating the immediate impact on institutions, the discussion also reveals a digital divide, or sets of challenges for broad communities to access culture as a result of this drive to the digital. Socioeconomic context frames how potential audiences will encounter culture now and in the future. Greater awareness of the socioeconomic inequities and biases which modulate participation is necessary for a number of reasons, not just for the pragmatic planning and development of the future activities of institutions, but it also gives us reason to pause and to think carefully about the function of our institutions in society and the assumptions that one makes about the role of culture and art education into the future. This short presentation is an unfolding case study of Museum Macan's response to COVID-19. It will look at the immediate challenges and present some of the ideas and thinking of the museum's team as it began to shift its programming and art education activities in March 2020 to online platforms. The presentation focuses on our education program. And later on, I will also present a little bit more information about one of our imminent projects which is launching, which encapsulates much of this thinking. The presentation also uses a framework of the museum and a broad discussion amongst museums around the world, such as this UNESCO report, interchanging the perspectives of exhibition making with the provision of educational activity. The global perspective is utilized to give some context for the Indonesian situation, highlighting that though there may be similarities of experience, there are distinct challenges for our institutions in Indonesia to surmount. This presentation illustrates many practical concerns, but it also raises questions of whether or not this moment of pause has allowed for a rethinking of the role of artists and the museum to create critical and inclusive spaces. But let's firstly turn to the UNESCO report, which is titled Museums Around the World in the Face of COVID-19. It was published in May 2020, and here summarize some of the key global trends. That as of 2020, there are an estimated 95,000 museums in the world, though not evenly distributed. 65% in North America and Western Europe, 34% in Eastern Europe, Latin America, and the Asia Pacific, 12.9% in the Asia Pacific, 0.9% in Africa, and 0.5% in the Arab states. Interestingly, this is an increase of about 60% from 2012. As of March 2020, 90% of museums temporarily closed their doors, and it's suggested that 10% may never reopen. What the global situation seems to suggest, firstly, is that there has been a greater development of museum and institution building in the last decade, since 2012, a 60% increase. And that museums, in the face of the COVID pandemic, very quickly worked to suspend their operations. And that there are also some very serious existential threats for a significant proportion, which were being forecast as early as very early in the life of the pandemic. This section called Facing the Global Challenge of Access to Culture really raises a lot of the important challenges, I think, in terms of accessibility. It reveals that, that the digital divide is now more evident than ever. For millions of people around the world, especially in developing countries, access to culture through digital means remains out of reach, making it difficult to launch virtual museums or access online collections. Almost half of the world's population does not have access to the internet. There is also an important gender gap. 327 million fewer women than men have a smartphone and can access mobile internet. The impact of the crisis on cultural institutions, especially museums, requires a global approach that reaffirms the central role of culture as a means of making societies resilient, that helps reactivate the economy and the cultural ecosystem in order to promote a better future. These two paragraphs are direct quotes from that report. The last paragraph, I think, is instructive, as it recognizes the economic role that museums played and will play in the reactivation phases for many societies and economies, and that there is an intertwined link between access to culture and the promotion of a better future. The first paragraph highlights the intersection of culture and technology and challenges for our institutions to deliver programs which are broadly accessible across our society. Now let's turn to the Indonesian context. I'd like to thank the museum's education team and also the communications team who have pulled together these statistics. You can see where the sources are. And I think that it provides a really fascinating comparison and reveals some of the really important issues which face our colleagues, our educators here in Indonesia. So in terms of internet users, Indonesia has between 80 to 100 million internet users. The majority of them are 15 to 40 years old. 10% are less than 15 years of old, but 21% are greater than 40 years old. I think that the second column, which talks about the school access to the internet, is really very, very interesting. It indicates that across the country, 13,000 school students and teachers don't have access at all, with a range of different reasons why different places don't struggle with internet access. And then the third column talks about challenges for students during PSBB. So only 68% of students have had access to the internet. 32% don't have access at all. It's been a struggle for students to keep track of time and schedules. The lack of face-to-face means that there have been real difficulties in understanding subjects and the study. And I think also the lack of social interaction with other students has been a very important factor. I suppose those of us who have children or who are close to children, school-age children, will probably have experiences of these particular issues. What these statistics highlight is the real challenges facing educators in the context of online learning environments, the structural problems with access, and we can extrapolate some of the socio-economic factors which drive the capacity of students to engage and to learn. In the context of the previous set of global data for art museums, and placing this information side by side, we can begin to better understand the complexity facing cultural institutions, many of whom are also faced with questions of their own survival. As I mentioned previously, it raises two important interrelated questions for now and also for the future. A pragmatic one, how do we shift our programming towards online environments? How do we deliver things online? And secondly, in such an environment, how does an institution better reflect the society in which it operates? So now I'd like to turn to Museum Macan and to outline some of the steps and the experiences which we have had within the last 9 months. So we made a decision very early on to temporarily close the museum. We closed the museum on the 14th of March. And at that time, it was a very difficult decision to make because we had just opened 2 major exhibitions. The first being an exhibition of Melati Suryadamo, a survey of performance work. I think a very, very important survey of a very important artist. And the second was a really large video installation of the German artist Julian Rosenfeld and his film installation Manifesto. We closed our doors 11 days after these 2 complex exhibitions opened to the public. And so it wasn't an easy decision to make, but it was a necessary decision to make. And it came with a whole range of different emotional responses within the museum. On one hand, we were really aware of the fact that artists work so hard to make and present exhibitions. And at that point, we didn't know how long the pandemic would last or how it would unfold, but we decided that it was necessary to make an early decision. So here we have an installation shot of Julian Rosenfeld's Manifesto. It's one of the most complicated video installations that I think has been presented in Indonesia. And it is unfortunate that when we are able to reopen, we will not be able to reopen with this work. And then the second was a major survey of Melati Suryadamo's performance work. So I want to talk about some of the key principles which really guided or have guided and continue to guide our approach to programming in this at this moment. And like many museums around the world, we very quickly began discussions about how we should respond to the pandemic. We assembled an internal team to review many of the issues and to begin planning. You have to keep in mind that our discussions at this point were not just about programs, but also generally about how we open, should we open, what are the risks of opening to the public. But we were guided by some of these issues. So firstly is really around accessibility. you know, how we understood as we were looking at as we were conducting lots of our meetings via video conferencing, that we understood that not everyone had the same data capacity as others, that there are real challenges, I think, with internet in Indonesia. And so if we were being challenged by it, it was also going to be a challenge for our audiences. We also knew that not every household is equipped to print and to download materials which we might want to develop. So we had to secondly also review the existing programs. As the situation unfolded, we also made the decision not to produce any new programs in the first stage until we were able to review our broader institutional response. There was a lot of uncertainty around programs, around the health situation in the city, and also how our staff would adapt to working remotely. How do we organize? How do we meet? How do we make decisions? All of these things which you take for granted in an office had to all of a sudden be rethought. It means that there had been a transition in human resources, and in the early stages of the pandemic, we prioritized. We did try and prioritize this human aspect. Issues around accessibility. Well, what we first did was to review things that we had already digitized, not creating new things, but to organize and index the materials that we already had, and to locate them all into one accessible format. We created a page or a section on our website where people could engage with our collection database. They could access collection audio guides. They could access our podcasts. We have a program called Macan A to Z, which is short discussions on art topics, and these are all recorded and delivered as podcasts. People could access workshops and video tutorials, and they could also download activity sheets for kids, which we redesigned from lots of the previous material that the education team had already created. And one of those really important components was our education resource kits for art teachers. So we were quite clear about who our audience was for these. It really was for the parents at home and with school-aged children, as well as the teachers who may have been, the art teachers who may have been looking for readily available materials that had already been digitized that they could utilize. One of the first issues that we tackled was really a design issue. We did review the materials and removed lots of the design complexity out of the documents. We understood that there was data capacity issues within our audience, and so we also tried to make sure that if we did have something that was downloadable, it needed to be as light and easy as possible to download. We made the decision not to create new programs for a little while until we were able to index what we had already done. And this was a internal resourcing approach because we had, since 2017, we had already created lots of material, and it just required a little bit of organization on our behalf to make these things accessible. Social media is also really important, I think, to the life of the museum. Early in our life, since at least 2017, we have embraced social media to help us carry the message of the museum. This is partly a response to the appetite and of our Indonesian audiences, but it also does relate back to issues of accessibility. Social media is inexpensive. It's widely accessible. It can help us to cut across social and economic class, and it engages with significant audience sizes. And as such, it can be a valuable platform to assist with art education. The foundational mission of the museum is around education and understanding that art education in Indonesia is sometimes lacking. Being able to embrace existing platforms like this is very important. I believe that we really have had a successful, we've been able to illustrate some really great successes. The silver lining of this is, of course, is that probably we've been able to reach out to more people than what we would normally be able to do if we were open to the public. And probably we were reaching out to people who would never normally come into a museum. So I think that this is probably a silver lining for us to be thinking about. So here are some basic statistics. We've had over 110,000 web page views of our educational material. In terms of our social media statistics online for education, we've had over 2.5 million impressions. Our Macan A to Z program, which I spoke a little bit about, which is our podcast program, which we present on Spotify and also as a download on our webpage, has been accessed more than 6,500 times. So if you can consider that normally in an event like this, we might have 30, 50, maximum 100 people. For us to engage with over 6,500 people is really quite extraordinary. And going back to the social media aspect, we decided to create some collection guides, and instead of delivering them as videos, which would be heavy probably for people to download, we decided to create them as a kind of audio guide which was delivered on Instagram. Our most accessed document is the audio guide for Aramayani's painting Lingayoni. It's one of probably the museum's very important works of this period and of this artist. And it's been accessed more than 37,000 times on IGTV. So I mean, one of the things that we've thought very deeply about, and we probably don't have, this is more of a challenge for us as we work towards the future. This is definitely not, I don't think that we have yet reached the conclusion of this issue, but I think this statement really encapsulates some of the thinking in the museum right now. So that the challenge for us, also being a young institution, what we only opened in November 2017, is that we want to create an institution that is responsive not only to the technological developments as they become available, but which are also reflective of the communities of artists and also of the audiences which surrounds us. So what this means, I think, is that that as much as this pandemic period has been difficult, there needs to be an idealism in our approach. And how we embrace new formats and processes. Ultimately, we want to elevate access. We don't want and to access have broad social engagement with art and culture, and the digital context, the online context, is one of the tools which we hope to do in the future. So I wanted to introduce you to one of the upcoming projects which we are about to launch. It opens in December 2020. It is our UOB Museum Macan Children's Art Space Commission. It's the latest commission in this series supported by UOB with the artist, the Balinese artist Chitra Sasmita. So this project began its life as a project that was going to be presented as an exhibition and inside the museum where kids would be guided and would be able to engage with and touch and to work together to participate in the artist's work. We understood as soon as the pandemic hit that we had to completely rethink how to do this. So we worked with our partners. We worked with the artist to think about a new approach that encapsulates what we internally call a hybrid approach. It involves it'll involve a physical presentation, because we do hope that at some stage people will be able to come and see this magnificent painting. But it also encapsulates a virtual experience, including web AR, augmented reality, as well as other digital and online engagement processes. We've been working very carefully with the artist to produce them, bringing on board some technology partners to achieve this. And I'll talk a little bit more about partnership in passing right at the end. But let me just firstly play a video about this project.
Untuk pertama kalinya Museum Macan membuat satu ruang seni anak yang menghadirkan pengalaman di luar jaringan dan juga secara daring. Nah, tentu saja ini merupakan sesuatu yang sangat kita banggakan, namun juga kami memiliki sesuatu yang baru yang kami tawarkan, yaitu untuk pertama kalinya juga Museum Macan menawarkan ruang seni anak yang terinspirasi dari kisah Nusantara yang berasal dari tradisi Indonesia. Hal yang menarik lainnya adalah karena instalasi ini diciptakan pada masa pandemi, maka komunikasi dilakukan secara daring. Bahkan proses instalasinya sendiri, teman-teman yang sedang menginstal di lapangan di Museum Macan, kemudian Mbak Citra ada di seberang sana di Bali menggunakan laptop, melihat dari video conference, dan juga konfirmasi dilakukan dengan cara merekam video, merekam suara, dan ini menurut saya sangat menarik.
Jadi kisah Antah Berantah ini cukup berbeda dari karya-karya sebelumnya, karena sebelumnya karya-karya saya banyak mengeluarkan statement-statement mengenai isu-isu perempuan. Tapi dalam kisah Antah Berantah ini saya banyak menyesuaikan pemikiran saya sebagaimana saya mempunyai seorang anak dan memikirkan bagaimana dunia mereka, kemudian kebebasan mereka dalam berpikir dan berimajinasi. Jadi saya mencari kisah-kisah dan mengoleksi narasi-narasi yang sesuai dengan imajinasi dan pengembangan alam berpikir anak-anak gitu. Maka saya di sini mangkat kisah tantri. Nah, kisah tantri yang umum kita kenal di Bali sebagai kisah-kisah fabel yang mengangkat nilai-nilai kebaikan, kemudian kebijaksanaan, kepemimpinan yang digambarkan melalui tokoh-tokoh atau hewan gitu. Di sini sangat sesuai saya rasa dengan daya imajinasi anak-anak gitu.
Kami sangat bangga menyaksikan Citra Sasmita yang terus mengembangkan karir di kancah seni semenjak beliau meraih gold winner di Yobi Painting of the Year 2017. Nama beliau kini menjadi referensi kesuksesan seniman akademi Yobi Painting of the Year. Tentu saja hal ini sesuai dengan misi kami, yaitu memotivasi para seniman Indonesia untuk terus berkarya demi kemajuan seni dan budaya bangsa. Sehingga kekayaan seni Indonesia tidak hanya diakui di negeri sendiri, namun juga hingga tingkat internasional.
Jadi semoga dengan adanya aktivasi virtual, pameran ini yang tadinya hanya bisa dinikmati ketika datang ke Macan bisa juga dinikmati oleh teman-teman yang ada di kota-kota lain dan bahkan di negara lain.
Sampai jumpa di kisah Antah Berantah.
So in conclusion, I think that, well, firstly, I don't think that there really is any conclusion at this point, because even though that this is a live kind of case study, the real I think there are two takeaways for me. One is something very pragmatic, and then the other one is really much more aspirational about the role of art, of artists, of institutions, as we think about how we engage broadly with audiences for the betterment, for the future of our societies. But let me just touch on some of the learnings that we found in the practical components. That as we were developing these projects, resourcing and planning became really important. We were it was sometimes quite straightforward, but then sometimes it was also quite difficult to make that shift. Our timelines needed to be rethought. We had to think about what kind of resources and resources that we had in order to make new projects, which is one of the reasons why we decided not in the early stages of the pandemic not to create new projects. We also had to think about the capacity of our audiences, and this is reflected in that UNESCO report, and it's also reflected in the statistics of the Indonesian education context. Not everyone has the same capacity, and where possible, our design approach needs to meet these capacity issues. We also believe that we should harness existing platforms. Whether or not that's social media, whether or not that's Instagram, where we deliver lots of our information on our existing website, or even looking at places like Spotify, where we place all of our podcasts. Social media is, again, I think that this is also the silver lining of social media, that it does help us to create accessibility. It's inexpensive. I wouldn't go so far as democratic, but it does open up much more. It does open up a space for conversation. Partnerships are going to be really important for the museum now and also into the future. Firstly, our technology partners have a better handle on the technology than what we do. And at the same time, they're also very excited about the opportunity of working with artists and also working with museums and getting the idea of art and art education as broadly and as accessible as possible. And then the last bit, which is really the ongoing process component, and that is that Chitra Sasmita, which launches very shortly, is the first of our experiments. It won't be the last of our experiments. We will still we will monitor and get feedback to see how it can be better developed. And this is a really exciting situation that we find ourselves, where we are where the museum's programming is actually being responsive, much more responsive than it would normally be if it was simply a physical environment. But what I'm really proud about with this project is not just the fact that the partners have all come on board and the artists has come on board to really test the ideas, but that we're also talking about other issues which would not normally be considered within the museum. So these issues around public space and the intersection of technology. And I'm going to leave you again with, I really like this composite slide, that it illustrates probably how we will view art in the immediate future. We don't know what the future will look like, but the immediate future, I think there will be lots of assisted engagement through technology. But let's return back to this aspiration that our institutions need to be responsive, that we need to be reflective of the communities of artists and the audiences which surround us, and that we have to come back to what our mission is. Our mission is to elevate access and broad social engagement with art and culture, and for those reasons we have to be mindful of lots of the biases and challenges which are inherent within the technology space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Aronseto for the presentation. I think it's very interesting to learn how adaptive we could be during the pandemic to to find solutions from what we are facing right now. So, hello, Mr. Aaron. How are you?
Well, thank you. Great to be here.
I think I'm looking forward for the question and answer session, because I think more people wants to know about the what museum can do during this pandemic. I think it's also interesting to learn from that. Okay, I think before we go to the question and QA session, then we will have our third presenter for today. So I would like to present you Mr. Farid Sparisoma, who will give the presentation live. Okay, for Mr. Farid Sparisoma, the time is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hafiz. So can I share the screen? Can you see the slide?
Yeah, we can see the slide.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to present our work. So actually, it's not yet a work, it's still a proposed idea. So this is a collaboration of me, Dr. Rahima and Dr. Damayanti. We are from different departments actually, so we try to communicate what we have in order to produce something new. This is the outline of this presentation. So I would like to also introduce the authors in order to make clear what our role is. So this is me, Sparisoma Farid. I'm actually a granular physicist. I'm from the Physics Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, ITB. And the second is Dr. Sofia Rahima. She is a food technologist from Agricultural Industrial Technology Faculty, UNPAD. And then the last is Dr. Nuning Damayanti from Faculty of Fine Art and Design, ITB, which is actually the visual artist. So why we are choosing the rice? You can ask Dr. Rahima. And what is the artistic part of our idea? You can ask Dr. Nuning Damayanti, which is where is the physical properties of our system is my part. So we will discuss a little bit about granular materials. So every day we are dealing with granular materials. So for example, we have salt, rice, coffee, medicine, cereal, sand, soil, and then gravel. One of the granular materials that is interesting is repose angle. As you can see that fine sand, quartz, and the angular pebble have different repose angle, and then dry and moist sand also have a different repose angle, where this repose angle is responsible for the landslide and also snow slide. So in some condition, they can hold such a repose angle, and then the slide is happen. Then the other phenomenon of granular material is the floating and colliding spherical particles. For example, in the Lake Michigan, there is a basketball-sized ice, which is constructed during the winter, and then in the Los Angeles Reservoir, they are putting a plastic ball in order to reduce the evaporation. So the dynamic of this granular material is also interesting to discuss. And then there is also plastic patterns, which is observed by the German musician while he are introducing vibration to the iron plate. And then with different frequency, we will have different patterns. So, and then in Indonesia, especially, and also in the Asia, in the ancient time, we want to purify our rice. We do the winnowing process by using I don't know what it is. It is tatampa. Then order tray, we try to shake it, and then at the end we will have only the rice without the musk. Then there is also other phenomena about materials, which I will not explain it because it is too many and not so related to what the work that we are doing right now. And then one of the aspects that we want to introduce to our work is the edible art. So there is a term about edible art. So I just used the definition from Andrzej Dewski, 2018. So he said that there is a new and emerging form of art, which is edible art. So and then he claimed that if food can be assumed as art, then certain form of gastronomy can also be regarded as high art, where the revolutionary cooking is one of such examples. So actually, before I searching seriously about this, my opinion about the edible art is not so deep like this. So one of the interesting revolutionary cooking is jokes, practical jokes made by Albert and Ferran Adriàs. It is Caviar's Ferico du Melon. So he tried to make the fish roe or the caviar, but using a melon and a gel. So at the end, you can see that you can produce such entity, hydrogel actually, like fish roe. So and then the taste is similar. So and then in order to stress the jokes, they are also serving that with the same can that used to where people buy the caviar. And then the next is one of the aspects of granular materials that we are interested in, the dynamic. So normally, when we are talking about the art, some of the things are static, but when it is become a dynamic, is it still an art? This is actually a question. For example, we know that about the kinetic sculpture that was exhibited in the BWM museum here. So this steel ball or the plastic ball can up and down and then make a surface that was designed by the programmer using a computer. Then there is also a musical instrument which is still using a marbles. So the marbles is put up by a rail, and then at the top of the instrument it will falling down and then hit a plate with different size, which produce different tone. So the things that I'm showing here is related to the particle or the spherical particle, which is part of the granular materials. And then actually there is an ancient toy or the instrument that can perform the dynamic of the granular materials and also can produce sound. Perhaps you already know about the Newton's cradle. So it is already dynamic and it is producing sound. And then we came to the main materials that we are proposing, which is rice. And there is some art related to rice as I searching in the internet. So the first is when people try to use a single grain of rice as a media to write something. For example, in the China, they use it to write so many characters only in a grain of rice using a tools, and then they are performing the work using the microscope. And there is also a work that uses rice as a two-dimensional picture. So they arrange the rice, and then they make a photo of it, and then they check the position of the rice, and then keep the process repeatedly, and then at the end they will have such a movie using or the animation using the rice as a pixel. And then there is also a three-dimensional structure using rice. So actually, this is ancient culture in China. This is was disappeared, and then one of the people there tried to make it live again. So this is the example. For example, they are using this rice for construct crabs or the animal figure or the other things. Then today, due to the pandemic, people become more active using social media. One of the favorite social media is TikTok. And then one of the challenge that the people have is to use rice for performing some or the making some figure. This is one of the simple things that only showing a letter. I've also observed that they are coloring also the rice, and then they make some funny figure like SpongeBob or the other Marvel figures. So they are using this rice as a pixel in order to creating some figure, and then they using graffiti and then the tray to make it fly, and then they are filming it, and then they are publishing in the internet. And then when we are moving a little bit outside the rice, we have the paddy as a plantation in the Japan, in the Aomori. The people try to plant, they have planted the different variety of rice, of paddy, and then they are let it grow. So since we are already calculated the position of the paddy plantation, and then as it emerged in the spring, the formation of the paddy with different color will give a macro painting that people need to stay far from the side in order to see the whole picture. And then actually I do not know how to put this, but I need to put this. So there is also puff rice, also or the we know actually the partner of this is a popcorn. So you're already familiar with the popcorn, but we can also use rice to make something like a pop rice. So this is a puff rice. And then next, related to our current situation, I want to review about the current technologies that we can use to transfer the sense from our to the other through the internet. So there is what I've invented by MIT, which is a tangible media. So this is one kind of media that, for example, we can record a gesture or have a gesture of the user, and then using a device like a Kinect, and then the gesture of the user will translate to the other place through the internet, for example, and then the other place, the gesture can be actuated using a type of plastic that can up and down and then can perform the motion of this red ball here. And then you already know about the 3D printing. This is a very useful technology right now. And then I also read that people also invented 3D printing for food. So some accessories of the food or for the birthday cake is made easily today with the 3D printing. And then what's also interesting is the company Gatorade as creating a water droplet 3D pixel. So actually, when you see this apparatus, it is actually a place, a shrine that let a water droplet down, and then by using a lot of sharing and the control using a microcomputer, they can decide which droplet should be let it down and which droplet should be, which ring should be off and which ring should be on. And then by calculating also the gravitational acceleration, they can assure that at some times the pixel should be in some place there, and then they use the flashlight to assure that the pixel is reflected to light, and then they can have a three-dimensional figure. So if you see this in the video, you can see that we will have a real three-dimensional figure or the structure, which can be seen from different angle. So this could be the answer when, for example, we want to interact physically where the pseudo three-dimensional using our monitor is not sufficient. And what's amazing is a Singapore student have invented a virtual cocktail. So there is a device, they can introduce some of the different chemical, which can tune the taste of this cocktail. So as the illustration, you can set, for example, the smell of orange, ginger, and black pepper, and you can change the concentration of these three tastes in order to produce some kind of drink. And then when you have this information, you can pass the information through your friend through the internet as long as your friend have the same device on the left. Then since the invention of the drone, people already use the drone for many things. One of the amazing use of drone is to make a three-dimensional, a huge, gigantic three-dimensional figure in the sky. So this is one of the example, a figure of three-dimensional dragon using about, I don't think, about 100 drone. And then we came to the part that we are proposing our idea. Actually, I don't know how to name this part, so I just use 3 question mark here. So we are already talking about the materials, which is we choose rice here, and then one aspect of the rice is edible. So when it is edible, it should be biodegradable, and it's growable, and it's economical. So it means that when we can propose this, we have a media of the art which is environmentally friendly. And then for the part of the artistic, actually it's not my expertise here, but I just propose the rice as a media because it is a granular materials. And what I find interesting is the dynamics. The dynamic in this case can be interpreted as moving when an object or the media is moving, it can be dynamic, or when it is transforming. For example, in the case of popcorn or the puff rice, it transforms from one of the solid one into the larger but the porous one. It is also, I call it a dynamic. So why dynamic is important? I think when we can see something dynamic, it will give immersive experience. So we will experience it more than we are just seeing as a static thing. Then the purpose idea is that underline that I only see it as a physical aspect. So why when we are combining crafting grains of our rice at work, while we are vibrating it, so we have our Gladney patterns previously. Since we know when we crafting a single grain or we use rice at work, we can change the center of mass of this single grain, and then it will behave differently while it is vibrating on the plate. And then when we hitting the plate, actually we try to make it a puff rice. So when it is do the puffing process, it will also change. And I don't know what will happen. So can we have a different formation or can we have different structure? I don't know. But with this kind of work, physically we have 2 dynamic things. One is moving of the grain due to the vibration, and the second is transforming due to the heat. So it will change chemically from the solid rice single grain to the puff state. And perhaps we can also modify the taste to pass a message, for example. And then after all, we can also still eat the work after we do the performance. And then I would like also talk about a pandemic situation where we are not allowed to interact closely. And then we believe, because I also giving a lecture, there is some senses that cannot transmit it through internet. So I cannot explain that very detailed because I'm actually not a art people, but as I lecturing something like a physics or the programming, there is some sense, some feeling that can not be transmitted through the video conference, through Zoom or through Google Meet. Right now, we can already transmit text, sound, picture, animation, two-dimension, and pseudo-two-dimension. But how about texture, for example, when we want to say that this is soft or this is hard, what about the taste, the smell? How about the temperature? We want to say that this is warm and this is cooler than that. What about the pressure, for example? And then what about the immersive experience? For example, if you entering an old building, it is different than when you entering some forest, for example. So how we can introduce this feeling, what we are experiencing right now, to the our audience. So one thing is perhaps this is only an idea that the artists who make a work, I believe that the work will emit some senses and experiences that what the artists want to share to the audience. And then one of the sense should be measured and saved as a digital data. If it is can be transformed to the digital data, and then this digital data can be transmitted through the internet. And then this data which is received in the user side must be used to recreate the sense, which should be the same as the artist wants to. And then this sense will be received, will be filled by the user or the audience. It should be using some machine. Perhaps it can substitute what we call is an aura of a work or of a class that can support our delivery process, for example, in giving a lecture. So the summary of this presentation is some rice-related arts have been shown, and then an idea related to the rice have been performed, and then recent technology might help to bridge the distance, especially in teaching. So we need to transmit more senses than what we are already know in order to feel that we are connected to others. And then the presentation can be accessed through this link. And thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Viridi, for the presentation. So for the first session, we have insight from engineers. Now we have also insight from scientists. So it is also for me, it's always interesting to have like a like perspective from different area. Again, thank you for Pak Viridi for the presentation. I think now we move to the QA session, and I think I believe that there are quite many questions are waiting, so maybe we should start. Okay, first we have a question from Arina Fril from Sriwijaya University. The question is for Professor Gunnar. So the question is, designers should create products which not only focus on designs, but also to develop products and services which will please and serve people and society. My question is, how we put human-centered design in new technologies and innovative products which are rapidly arising?
Yes, thanks for the question. I recommend to focus on the user and to understand him and his needs. So understanding the world, the human, the user, the consumer is, in my opinion, the most important way to a successful product or to a successful service. So where are the needs, the truly needs?
Thank you. Yeah. For so if you need for the question, then don't hesitate to ask more deeper questions about that. So for the second question, I believe it's for all the speakers. It came from Fajar Henraman. So he asked, I have a question for all speakers. What would be our future competences, digital mindset related to the industry 4.0 during and after the pandemic? What initiatives should be prepared and initiative for our futures of works? So I think this is like maybe like a reflective questions about what we should do to the future regarding our competence and also a digital mindset. Okay, who would like to answer first? Maybe I give 5 minutes to. Bisa go? No, not yet.
Maybe because I started with the future skills, I could try to give an answer. So I already were talking about the future skills, but in Germany, when my generation or maybe a younger generation is talking about the generations coming into our universities, we are a kind of arrogant, I would say. And we have to understand this generation Y and the generation Z. And they are already on the market in the social media, and they are blogging and producing culture and media. And they are always living in a kind of bitter atmosphere. They write, they are doing pictures, they are producing films, they are earning likes and comments, and they learn what does it mean to talk about intellectual rights regarding producing culture. They are in the middle of a kind of participatory culture. And that's why I guess we should change our way of educating. It's not praying from the stage. It is more jump into the middle of a group and try to collect knowledges and make world better.
Okay, thank you. Maybe now from Mr. Aranseto or maybe from Pak Firidi? Which will be first?
Thank you. I mean, let me try and respond to the question just from a very pragmatic experience of the museum. I think that skills are changing, and also the activities of museums are changing. But I think that we also need to be really mindful that there is always going to be the need for both traditional skills and also future forward skills. And I think that the challenge is not so much about what those skills look like, but really about how much we can use technologies or skills to actually create more critical engagement. It's not necessarily about production. It's not necessarily about creating more stuff, but it's also about how do we use environments to reflect and to contribute in different ways to our cultural lives. And I think that is, regardless of what kinds of work environments we are, what sectors we're in, that level of critical engagement is still going to be very.
Okay, thank you. And from Mr. Firidi?
From my opinion is because right now we are forced to stay at home, for example, I'm just seeing that what normally I miss about my neighbor, for example, my neighborhood, my environment. So when there is a problem, actually, I have no solution, because normally as a lecturer, for example, we think nationally, we think globally, we think about something new incoming, a new trend or a new future or a technology, but actually the problem in front of our eyes, in our next door, we don't know the solution. So I think the future, when the pandemic, for example, still happen, then we are trapped in our place, we should adapt to solve our nearest problem, actually, which is we are not ready for that. I don't know. Actually, I'm still disruptive. Thank you.
Okay, I think for the next questions is for Mr. Aaron. So there's a question about, is the online visitor can see all the Museum Macan's collection? And is there any like a free online student? Is there any like free online courses, or is there a free online student to know more about? Actually, I also.
Okay, the first question about the collection. No, not everything is online. It's a very slow process. In fact, as quick as the technology demands us to be, there is still a human intellectual component that has to also meet the technology, and often the writing about the collection takes a long time. It just takes a long time. There are also lots of really practical issues about putting collections online, and that's got to do with copyright. And I think that's one of that's one of the other challenges, I think, about the online environment, is that we also have to be aware of our rights and obligations to artists, and that seeking copyright often costs money, and it definitely takes time. We're with the second component about online programs. We have a number of programs which we are about to launch. One is we've shifted our educators forum. So we run a forum for teachers and educators that coincides with every exhibition, and we're about to. If you follow us online, you'll be able to get some more information about some of those events. We haven't done a lot of workshops, and yeah, but you know, there may be some in the future. But at this point, we haven't done lots of workshops as the question has asked.
Okay, thank you. And the next one, I think, is only comment for Dr. Farid. So, and also for I think this is a. There's a statement from Miss Tati Surati, that she just said that I plan to sign for a design interior for sketch of houses as neat as wants the human to stay at home, nice, cozy, and healthy. So maybe it still reflects that maybe you should stay at home. And the other one is for Dr. Farid. For your explanation, which opened my perspective that we do not know what exactly the rise is. Rise art show us how the technology help us to appreciate any small thing. So it is also like appreciation for report by Mr. Farid. And I think maybe I have my own question too for all of the speakers. So during this pandemic, what Aaron did with the Museum Macan. So actually, how long it take like all the three of you to adapt? I mean, like the conditions came quite suddenly, and we have to make a very quick decision how to do and how to make activities regarding our institution. So I mean. Could you please tell us how is your first response when we heard about the pandemic, and how the next step will be to face this situation?
it's a really important question about how to about managing in these types of crises. I suppose so. One of the first things that we did was to actually slow down, because the kind of we needed to be really certain about the approach and to make sure that that was a correct approach for the time. And also because there was so much uncertainty that was flowing around us we needed to also, we needed to make sure that we could trust the information that was coming to us. And if you can't trust the information that's coming to you, well, you need to manage your teams and your programs in a much more conservative way. But I think for us, I think the primary mode was about understanding that there was a human and emotional reaction that people were having. I mean, you can talk about how to change your program, or how to reorganize the physical engagement with the museum. But the fact that I had all of my staff who were facing the uncertainties of the pandemic, not just in a professional sense, but also in a personal sense, made us, or made me think that actually we needed to be much more responsive to those needs. And, some people would, not everyone is happy about not having the physical relationships with people. It's a very, very confusing time. So I think that the answer to the first part of your question is, I think that we have to constantly evolve. That there is not a single textbook response that we can apply to the situation, simply because each of, I mean, looking across the three of the speakers, all of our expertise comes from very, very, very different places, and so how we engage with, how we adapt is based on so many other factors as well.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. And maybe for Mr. Farid or Professor Gunnar?
Yes, I think it's interesting to have a look to the human psychology. So when the pandemic situation is coming up and starting maybe in Germany, the normal and first reaction is to feel anxious, to be frightened, to understand what happens there. So when I was thinking about a pandemic situation, I thought it's a kind of apocalyptic zombie atmosphere. And now I just get a course of statistics and wearing masks and how is it working with the hygiene aspects. Nowhere there are no zombies on the streets, actually. But it is a catastrophe, and a lot of tragic is happening already. So we are frightened and we are anxious, but some people have to lose maybe a lot, some not. And it depends. For myself, I ask immediately, what could I do? What is my power? What is my ability to do? And how could I adapt? But I am used to do it because as a creative guy or as a designer, I'm always dropped into situations with a problem and I have to solve it. But I can understand other guys who are not able to do it, who are stuck in the feeling of being frightened. And that's why I'm saying we have to educate and to train people to think creative and to be creative. It's the only way to handle weird and strange situations. And to my colleagues and to the work of Aaron Seto, I think the museum's work is very important to make this creative education for everybody in our society. That is a very big contribution.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gunnar. So can we have answer for Mr. Farid?
Actually, until now, I'm still struggling in try to understand the students actually. normally when we are in the normal class, we can see when we have a poker face, for example, when we have a blank face, we know that the student do not understand what we are explaining. But right now with the online lecture, we do not know about that. We do not know what actually the student do while we are giving the lecture. So, and then the response is also different. So, but the test is getting better. I don't know, because they can access the online resources or other thing. Actually, I'm still trying to figuring out whether we are giving a right lecture delivering way, or actually we are put the student to the wrong way. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. We are still dealing, and as you know that I was assigned to take care about the first year student in ITB. Then this is actually our task together to assure that our student can adapt for the next year. Actually, I think this is Mr. Hafiz.
Okay.
I still have a lot of questions about that. Thank you.
Your answer. I think we have one question again, one more questions, or two questions. One is for Professor Gunnar. So, how can you change your mindset when there is a change due to COVID, especially how to technology virtually, and what is being done, and what is challenge or opportunity for this, this kinds of situation?
For me, I think it's quite easy, and I'm wondering why is the society not acting and handling the situation or doing something new? Because I am trained in think creative, and to change the mindset is make the people able to understand and to act. And creativity is a part of intelligence. And I think we train our pupil in schools to read, to write, but we don't develop their skills regarding creativity or problem solving or persistence or adaptability. We are producing a kind of machines, maybe good in calculating, but not in developing their own skills to adapt, for example.
Okay,
and working on the mindset. So in Germany, with the industrialization and the Taylorism, people are trained in being busy, working, and working. They forget to live. And regarding this, if I have a question, they will immediately answer. They're not thinking about the answer. At first they answer. And we have to go one step back and think about the answer and find an own answer and not a common answer.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gunnar. And I think last question is for Aaron. There is one of the audience would like to know how you do the curation in the deciding of the value of the works in this virtual condition, like getting the value and make some.
It's a really good question. Yeah, it's a really good question, because I think that in fact our approach to research has completely shifted in the last 9 months. That there is, I mean, if firstly our collection and our projects are both, you know, it's about Indonesia, and it's also about art from outside of Indonesia. So it's this kind of international mix. But since the pandemic has shifted, lots of the curators have really been tasked with actually interrogating how we work. What will exhibitions look like in the future? How will they go about doing international research in a situation where we may not be able to travel, or we may not be able to invite artists, or we may not be able to bring the artwork into the country? What is the the mix with technology. How are artists going? How are artists rethinking how we see what's going on around us? So I think that it's a really interesting moment for us. We won't know exactly how it will manifest probably until the next couple of years, but it is definitely an active conversation which we're having. I don't think that we can work in the same way that we were working 12 months ago. I think it's either adapt, and there's a real excitement in that adaptation. I think that there's lots about the world which are completely confusing and which we don't know about right now. So I think that that's a good space for artists to help us relearn about the world.
Okay, thank you. So I think that the last questions ended our session for the second session. So please applause for the three wonderful speakers for the second session, to Professor Gunnar, to Mr. Aaron, and also Mr. Firidi. So I think to close this session, I would like to make a closing remarks based on the presentation and also the discussion that we just already had. First is that we should be open for change, transformation, and adaptation to face an uncertain future. However, the condition also opens for realization that if we dig deeper, then we could find creative ways to overcome it and seeing the positive side of it. The second is digital technology and communication opens new area to explore and to innovate, and finding new ways to face this difficult condition. And the third one is we also should be always open for new perspective and collaboration, and because this could prepare ourselves for the futures. I think that close our session, our second session for the second Artesh 2020. So I will give back to the MC. Thank you, and have a good discussion after this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz Aziz Ahmad, for the wonderful moderation. So now we come to the end of the second plenary session. But ladies and gentlemen, before I end this plenary session, I would like to inform you all that tomorrow there will be a parallel session starting from 8:30 a.m. The committee will give you further information for the schedule on your parallel session via email, or you may check for other materials on bit.ly/abstract_SA2020. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all Committee of Artesh 2020, I would like to thank all the speakers and participants for taking part and taking the time to join us today. So thank you very much. See you again tomorrow. And healthy. Bye-bye.